The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Disney lights, they shine so bright. Turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might. Chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy. Turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory. In this world we long to see. That turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. Shells are blinking. Slow but thinking. Every mile a memory. In the race where dreams will be. Disney lights, they shine so bright. Turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might. Chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. In the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy. Turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory. In this world we long to see. Shells are clinking slow but thinking. Every mile a memory. In the race where dreams agree. Shells are clinking slow but thinking. Every mile a memory. A race for greed. Feel the beat of tiny feet racing down the street. Little shells all lined up neat. A marathon we won't defeat. Disney lights, they shine so bright. Turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might. Chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy. Turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory. In this world we long to see. lights, they shine so bright. Turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might. Chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. In the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy. Turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory. In this world we long to see. Shells are clinking slow but thinking. Every mile a memory. In the race where dreams agree. Shells are clinking slow but thinking. Every mile a memory. A race for greed. Feel the beat of tiny feet racing down the street. Little shells all lined up neat. A marathon we won't defeat. Disney lights, they shine so bright. Turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might. Chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy. Turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory. In this world we long to see. That turtle racing. Hearts are pacing. Running wild and free. In the magic we believe. Shells are clinking. Slow but thinking. Every mile a memory. In the race where dreams agree.
Good morning, race fans. What is happening? How is everybody doing? We all having a good morning? I hope so. We are here. Thank you all for being here. Good morning, Coach and John V. I see you guys in the chat. Thank you all for participating on this early Sunday morning. My name's Sean Urban. Welcome to one of two channels. You are either catching us on the Urban Family Adventurers channel or over on the Fat Turtle Racing channel, both on YouTube. We are here back at home in Massachusetts in our production and control center, aka the office in my house. And we are going to be navigating this Disney race. So why are we doing this here? You're like, how is this the Disneyland half marathon? Well, we have two members of the race team that are out in Disneyland, out in California. Right now, they're in their corral. They are, well, I should say they're getting ready to get into their corral. And they are going to run the half marathon out there this morning. They are going to earn their coast-to-coast medals. And that is the co-host Lindsay and the co-producer Megan. They have made the trip out to the West Coast. we will be hearing from them sporadically over the next few hours until the race is over. We may see them, we may not see them. And in the meantime, when they are not on the screen, here's what we're going to do. So I have, and if I can make StreamYards work the way I want it to work, it'll be great. But I have a couple of different things that we are going to be looking at as the morning rolls on here. And those things are, let's see here if I can make it work. Here we go. And look at this. So we have their race times here, kids. We have their race times here. So what does that mean? That means that we are going to be able to keep track of their split times mile by mile as they go along. And if I can get more stuff to work along the way, hopefully we'll be able to track their location in real time. But this is currently what we have going, and hopefully this will keep us informed of where they are and what they're doing, and it'll keep us up to date. You will see every now and then, you are going to see, if she has the ability, you'll see Lindsay probably popping on every now and then. But, her priority is going to be running that race. So they have told us over the last couple of days, so they checked in at the expo, and they said they felt that the expo was maybe a little bit smaller than the one in Disney World that we showed. They felt that there wasn't maybe as much merchandise. So that was a little disappointing. The last we heard from them this morning, which trying to check just to make sure I have no updates. They said they were like the only ones there. It was not that long ago. About, let's see here. It was 7 a.m. our time. So it was about 4 in the morning. So just about 50 minutes ago. And when they were there, it was pretty much empty. Like empty. So they were in, the corrals run deep. The corrals run real deep out in California for whatever reason. Either they have more people or because of the setup, because there's not obviously the parking space like you have at Epcot. They have to have smaller corrals spread out, but they were in Corral I. So I or L. It might even be L. There was it was deep. So but we are excited. We are super duper excited to be able to, do I have a map of the course? Yes, I do actually, John. Let's see. As a matter of fact, we're going to stop sharing just real quick. Let me get that set up. I do have a map specifically for this. And it's going to be awesome. Let me see. It is on my camera reel. And they were over at the expo, which looked to be really it looked to be really interesting because it's set up in a similar fashion. So Lindsay's been sending us back video clips. So the live The expo over there has been set up. And actually, I have a few things here, actually. I have a few things here that you people may be interested in. So let's check out. Lindsay has sent me quite a bit of neat stuff. And if I can get it to open, that would be kind of neat. It's in here somewhere. I swear it is. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and then let me see if I get the map going, because the map is really what you guys want. The map is what you all want. And it's interesting that Disneyland, because of how small it is, they run a little bit of a different race out there. So you end up running through the streets of like Anaheim. Good morning, Christina G. So that in itself is going to be a little unique, because you know, it's never that's never that's kind of like a weird, it's just a weird thing, man. You're running, you're running through a city when you're supposed to be at Disney, and I don't know. It's just strange. But let's see if, let me see if I had it saved and I can't find it. So let me call up a map. Let's call up a map. You're wondering if they close Harbor Boulevard. That is a good question. Maybe once I put the map up here, I'll tell you what, because John, you seem like you know Anaheim. You know it way better than me. That's for sure. So here we go. All right. We found it. Perfect. All right. All right. So what we're going to do here is see if I can get myself set up a little bit, but let's present the screen one more time. Let's screen share here. And we are going to here we go. Here we go. So that's the map. That is the map. And you can see up here it gets a little wacky. So they are currently over here, right? They are over in the starting area. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this gray building right here is their hotel. They're staying at a hotel where they can look out their window and they can actually see the start and finish line, which is really kind of neat. So Lindsay's sending me a text message. They are saving their batteries currently, which is very, very smart. All right, so that's really neat. Let's see if, so there we go. And we're going to come down here. We're going to try this. Do, 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 do. So I'm going to try something that I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try to see if we can get this to work. Because if we can get this to work, it'll be neat to see their real-time locations. Oh, look at this. They are out on Disney Way. So there we go. So there's that. All right. So that looks like it's we're gonna have all kinds of stuff working in here. This is gonna be kind of neat. This is something that we have never done before. I've never done before. This channel's never done before. So some of this you're gonna have to bear with us just a little bit, because this is definitely going to be a live learning experience, kids. There is no doubt in my mind we are all going to learn some life lessons today as we try to figure this out. Again, we have some of our race team out at the Disneyland half marathon, which is really kind of neat. We are trying to figure out how to bring you the best form of live communication, which seems to be working. It appears. Oh, here we go. Look at this. And I have a real life map now. So this is making things a little better. Perfect. All right. Now we're talking. Techapalooza more. You're not kidding, Coach. It's a tech of something. It is a tech of something. All right. So, and I think I have Lindsay's location. So I believe that there was some kind of talk about maybe Megan running with Lindsay, because Megan's the fastest one we have on the team. I don't know if that's going to happen. Trip Billy, what is happening? I don't know if they're going to end up running together or not. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. So right now, Techapalooza is happening. We're trying to keep up with the Joneses, as they say. And I only have 3 screens. You know, this is not some sort of big tech center going on here. We are waiting for the race to start. I have their bib time, their bib numbers pulled up so we can track them in real time. That'll be a bunch of fun. For right now, let's see if I can give you folks an idea of what we're looking at. So they are currently in downtown. Here we go. So they are currently Downtown, as you can see here, this is the map that they're going to be running. Over here, if you wanted to, you could shoot these QR codes and you will be able to get all the information about the race that's going on today. You can see there's a digital guide. If you want to track the runners, if you have a runner that you want to track, it is there. So you are able to do that. Let's see what is happening here. Perfect. So this is how we're doing it. So those are their bib numbers. This is the map. We are super excited. You should be able to see Stephanie come in here every now and then. As you're going to see her right there.
Oh,
She's keeping us fueled up. You are keeping us fueled up. Good morning. Good morning. And we are excited. We are excited. So these ladies, they should be starting. Yeah, they're about 10 minutes away, give or take. So corrals are being released right now. So they are going to be rolling. They see me rolling. So, let's see. In a live location. Now we bring you live to the scene of the crime. So, this is going to be kind of neat because we're going to have like multiple screens going here. Oh, this is going to be super, super, super neat. Okay. And then let's see. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Woo woo. And there's little Stella. And there I am. All right. Now we're rocking and rolling here, kids. Now we are rocking and rolling. And I think one of the neatest things is going to be is that we are able to track their results. So you can see there their bid numbers. And what we'll do is when they start, as they hit the mile markers, right? So as you run the Disney race, so as you run the Disney race, when you get to where the timing clocks are, there's like strips on the ground that you run over. They're super flat, but as you run over those strips, it's a timing strip. And it registers your bib on the back side of your bib, which I'll have Stephanie bring me one so you guys can see. On the back side of the bib, there's a thin little sticky that has a timing chip in it. It's all RFID, so it's very much like it uses the same technology that our phones use when you do like a tap to pay. It has that sort of almost technology in it. It's probably the technology really that's more in line with a Disney Magic Band, right? Where it's got a little bit of computer code, but you can walk up and tap. It's battery powered, super small battery. So it uses that technology. When you cross over this timing strip, it registers the time according to the chip, sends it to the computer, and then they post it here in real time. So, Coach, it's funny that you say one of the weird things, and Trip Billy's saying it too, is that we're used to the big castle. So, funny story is that yesterday we got a text from the girls, and they were like, Lindsay's like, you want to know something wild? She's like, and actually, let me zoom in here. Whoops. Nope, that's not it.
Are you going to talk about the castle?
I am going to talk about the castle. So we, thank you. Yeah. So look, we got some bibs here. And I'll show you mine from the half. So before I get onto the castle, this is what I was talking about. So this is my bib. This is my bib number. For those of you that watch the half marathon, this is the bib number. So you have this, you have that on the front of you all the time. Two reasons. One is this number is how they identify you in pictures, believe it or not. But on the back, this is what we're looking for. See, this is a strip right here. See this plastic strip with my number on it? That is, believe it or not, that is the timing chip. Tiny little strip of metal in there with a tiny little RFID. And it's enough that when you cross over the little mats on the ground, it registers this number. So, so the girls, if you look, we were in the last corral for the Disney Marathon, and we were in G. They are in, I believe it's I this morning. So there's that. That means that's telling me one of two things. So let me see if here we go. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, right? Let's see if we can do this. Here we go. All right, so they are right here, right? And if I look at the picture, they're actually a little bit they're actually back. They're probably more around like I'd say probably right around where this S and this E are currently. In the word where you see Disney Way, they're like back in here right now, just waiting, right? So if I bring over, let's see how this technology is not going to work for me right now. So if I bring over, if you look, right, this is Lindsay's live location. There she is. She's that little dot right there, right? So they're on Disney Way, and they're near, you know, this hotel. So they've got them lined up in the street. And this is what I was saying before, is that you know, Disneyland is just smaller, right? Which leads me now back to our castle discussion, which is that the castle is smaller. And Lindsay sent a text to Stephanie and I yesterday, and she's like, you know, what's wild is we've been here at the expo and we've been not running around, but we've been walking around, and, you know, they looked at some of the merchandise and they picked up their bibs and stuff. And she's like, and we still haven't seen like the castle. She said, like, you know, we can't see like some of the bigger rides, like the Ferris wheel, they couldn't really see. So it is, everything out there is much smaller, but it seems to be really well hidden. We have heard that the castle out there is much smaller. They're actually going to see it in real time. Oh, John V, that's an interesting way of putting it. Quaint. I like it. It's quaint. The buildings on Main Street are shorter. Okay. Yep. You could be dreaming. All right. We're gonna have some breakfast of champions while we're sitting here waiting for this race to start. So let's do this, because I'm sure. All right. So we are 100% here. We are waiting. The girls are lined up. They're down in their corral. They're in corral I believe it is. And they are waiting to go. They are lined up on Disney Way, which, if you looked at a map, they are lined up just off of Route 5, the Santa Ana Freeway, out there in Disneyland. It's going to be super awesome. All right, Coach. We won't hold you to it. After all, it was a year ago, right? More characters. So that's interesting, right? That they have more characters, say in their, in their Magic Kingdom over there than we have in Disney World. Coach is researching it as we speak. So for those of you coming on in just now, you're just joining us. Welcome on in. I'll flip the camera back on in a minute. I'm just shoving food down my throat here. But welcome. Disneyland half marathon. 2 members of Fat Turtle Racing are out there getting ready to run. We are back here in the control center in Massachusetts. Going to be trying to broadcast to you. Our runners will check in with us periodically. Right now, they are trying to save their batteries because it is a long run. So they will try to join us. Right now, you can see a map. So they are currently at the start lines. They are right over here in this area, believe it or not. So, and you can see, the start and the finish is right in the same area. The finish line is actually, they're going to finish in this parking lot. So they are staying in one of these hotels that's right here, because they did shoot us a text message off their balcony both last night and yesterday afternoon, early morning, I should say, and they can see the start finish area, and they could see like all the runners and all the stuff going on. So they're really close. Super short walk from their hotel to the start line. So one of the weird things to me is, I just scrolled up a little bit. So they're going to start, and they are going to run down the street here. They're going to make the corner and come this way, and then they're going to come up, and then they're going to come back down. Then they move back around, and there's a watering station, and then they come into the Magic Kingdom. And what I thought was interesting was in the Magic Kingdom, from between miles like 1 and 3, right? So, if I scroll just a hair, so between miles 1 and miles 3, like, you run pretty much in a lot of the backstage area for the most part until you get kind of near 3, and you come into you run through a little bit of Batu, and you come down, and then you're kind of in it to win it, right? You run around the backside of Thunder Mountain, and through the castle, down Main Street, and then out of the park. But that first mile and a half there, up to about 2.5 mile mark, you are running kind of in the backstage area. So we are currently awaiting the race to start. Hopefully the ladies will run far and run fast. Disneyland half marathon. The 10K was yesterday. And from what we can understand is that the weather's nice out there. It's a little cool, but it's not raining, which is awesome. If you all remember, we had the rain, which was, I want to say it was a miserable experience waiting in the rain, but it was really kind of a miserable experience waiting in the rain. But for those of you just joining us, if you go and there is the QR code you can shoot. So if you want to get a little bit more info, some of the technical stuff, you can shoot those QR codes. We are going to track their bib numbers. As I've said, we're going to track their bib numbers, and we are going to, the bib number tracking is really you can kind of see where they are in the course by keeping track of times. So as we progress throughout the morning here, you will see that we are able to look at their split times, and we're going to know what mile they're at, and we're going to be able to see what pace they're running. So then as each 15 or so minutes go by, we'll have an idea of when they should be checking in. Let's see. Here we go. Dallas, what is up? Yeah, we are up early this morning. We're going to be tracking. This is how we're tracking their split time. So we're waiting for the race to start and for them to go over that line. So far, not starting. But this is, let's see if I can come down the bottom of the screen here. Here we go. The ladies are currently at the start-finish area. So, oh, you know what? I forgot. Bam! Hello, people. Nice to see everybody here. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here with me early this morning. We are currently just waiting for our people to start on the race. If I can ever, here we go. If I can ever get this thing to work. It's definitely different. I'm using a bunch of technology I've never used before. So, I mean, what could possibly go wrong with doing it on a live broadcast, right? Church with cupcakes. Ooh, I just got done with breakfast, but cupcakes sound very delicious. Not going to lie. Super delicious. So at the end of this, interesting fact. So this right here, as you can see, I'm wearing my half marathon shirt. This was the medal for the half marathon, right? So it's really kind of neat. So at the end of today, the girls, once they finish, will receive another medal for completing the marathon. But they also have on these neat wristbands that they got. And the wristbands indicate they are coast-to-coast finishers. So as long as they can cross the finish line today and not get swept, which I firmly believe they are all going to do, they will get an additional medal that only people who run a full or a half marathon in Disney World and Disneyland in the same year can earn. And this year's Coast to Coast medal is like wicked awesome. So I'll be super excited to see it when they get back. Oh, yeah. So I am super excited. I can't wait for this race to start to see how all this race technology the technology we have, I should say, at our disposal, kind of how it's all working together to kind of make it all happen. I think it's wicked awesome. It's wicked awesome. It's wicked awesome. The Leafs beat the Oilers last night. Don't remind me. The Leafs. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, buddy. All right. John B says his daughter's doing the 10K in April. Oh, that's cool. I think I'm going to stick to doing 10Ks and 5Ks from now on. Yeah, I don't know. 10Ks and 5Ks, I think, are where they're at for me. Thirteen's far. 13's far. I was able, with little to no training, I was able to do a 10K. I barely made it, but I made it. So it's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. So 5 and 10s will be kind of where I think where I sit. So and it currently looks like Lindsay's on the move somewhere. I don't know. Not exactly sure where. Not exactly sure where. But she's got her live location on, so we can see it in real time. We can see it in real time, kids. Real time here. Let's see if... Ooh, yeah, buddy. And here is our race tracker. And we're going to refresh real quick. Let's see. Waiting for the race to start. So nobody has crossed a start-finish line yet. And then again, they're somewhere right here underneath where the finish is. There's a hotel, and it looks like they're moving up a little. So it looks like Lindsay's location is moving a little bit. So the corral's moving up towards the start line, because I saw her move basically from this area right around the S and the N in Disney. And now she's really up more at like the intersection here. So that's a good thing. They're moving up towards the starting line. There are a bunch of oh yeah, she's definitely on the move right now. So there are a bunch of corrals. So when we were in Disney World back in January, we were in G, which was DFL in all the corrals. Their bibs have, I think it's an I on it. So there's an extra 2. And it'll be interesting to talk to them, because yesterday in trying to talk to them, we were trying to determine if it was because there's more people, or if it's because if it is because I see her really starting to move now. Let's see if it's because nope, haven't posted it yet. It's just like a space thing, you know what I mean? Like they don't have enough room. So now it looks like they're making their way towards the end of Disney Way here. So they're moving, they're down. It looks to be somewhere right around right in this area here. They're somewhere over here. So Well, I should say somewhere in that blue line is where they're currently at. So they're moving down the street. That is for sure. They are definitely 100% moving down the street. Of course, the technology we're using is Google powered, so you have to give it a little bit of mercy here, because it's going to be, it'll get us in the wheelhouse at least, right? It's going to be semi accurate. It won't be pinpoint precision accuracy like the GPS in your phone or watch. They do have a little bit of play, but right now it looks like they are lined up somewhere right in the area of the House of Blues in Anaheim. So if you were to open up your Google Maps, that's what we're looking at. So they're actually they're sharing their live location off their phones via Google. So, and that's because we're not the only ones tracking them. We have a bunch of friends and family that are also tracking where they are, and tracking on their official times and stuff like that. So let me see. Megan had hers on too, but I don't know if Megan is still sharing her location. No, Megan is not sharing her location. Lindsay is, though. Lindsay is sharing her location. And again, they are right now at the intersection of South Clementine Street and Disney Way. So that is right here. They are right here in this little square. So I can see Lindsay's at the intersection, just kind of chilling. It's right over near the House of Blues there in Anaheim, which is great. Hopefully we will find that. Excuse me. Hopefully we will find that very shortly. Their stuff will start to move. Let's see if I can find. Let's see if I can find. They gave us like approximate start times. So when we were there in in January in Walt Disney World, we were able, they sent out like an email, and in the email it had the approximate corral time. So it had like what time the corral opened, what time it closed, and then an approximate window of when they were going to release the whole corral. So that was kind of neat. Bib pickup. Yeah, and I don't see it. I'm sure it's out there on the internet somewhere. Yeah, John V. That's what I'm wondering, is that I can't imagine that they had more people, because Disneyland's obviously a lot smaller. My guess was, I think, right along your line of thinking, where it's it's a narrow course, so you got to have more groups because you're spreading them out in a little bit longer of a fashion here. And now we're getting a text message that says they are close. They're going to start soon. So we're going to say, woohoo. All right. So with that being said, they have a few minutes. We are going to we're going to do something a little bit interesting here while we wait for them to hit the starting line. We are going to, here we go. All right.
Racing down the street, little shells all lined up neat.
I'm going to take a quick bio break. We'll be right back here. Welcome to the Disneyland Half Marathon, people.
Turtles running day and night, every step with all their might, chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free, in the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy, turtles in the galaxy, everyone a victory, in this world we long to see. That turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free, in the magic we believe. Shells are blinking, slow but thinking, every mile a memory, in the race where dreams will be. Disney lights, they shine so bright, turtles running day and night, every step with all their might, chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free, in the magic we believe, in the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy, turtles in a galaxy, everyone a victory, in this world we long to see. Shells are clinking slow but thinking, every mile a memory, in the race where dreams agree. Shells are clinking slow but thinking, every mile a memory, the race where dreams.
All right. Hopefully y'all got a little bit out of our theme song here. All right. So we're back. We are back. And we are thanking everybody for being here. My name's Sean Urban. Welcome, whether you're catching us on Fat Turtle Racing or over on the Urban Family Adventurers. We appreciate you being here early this morning. Two members of our team are out in California, and they are running in the Disneyland Half Marathon, trying to earn their coast-to-coast medal. We just got a text from the co-host, Lindsay. She's out there with the co-producer, Megan. And, oh, speaking of...
Here. I gotta set up my whole thing behind us.
So,
I don't see any of the blue ladies yet.
We have been talking about how you are going to concentrate on the race So it could be sporadic. I don't expect you to be talking. I'm going to be here flapping my gums for the next 3 hours till you finish. So,
Good luck with that.
Where's Megan? Is she all excited?
Right. Megan.
Where's the MC Hammer jacket?
These are, we already got rid of them. We met some lovely people that followed Pat Turtle Racing while we were here.
Hey, look at this.
And I told them they could check to see if we died after. We're not gonna die. They'll find out if we're finished or not.
So I have a prediction. I
You
have
have
a
a
prediction that your races today will go better because it's later in the morning. It hasn't been raining and cold like it was in Florida.
No, it's like 50 something here.
That is perfect. That is so perfect. Man.
Yep.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna start up my music, so you're gonna lose my visual for a sec.
That's okay. That's all right. So up on the screen, you can see we have a map of the race.
Can you still hear me when I'm not on this?
Yep, sure can. So you can see we have a map of the race course that I'm gonna scroll as they run along. And in my command center here, back in Massachusetts, we have their live location. So I've got Lindsay's live location. Megan was sharing hers. So I think that'll be back online, I hope, very shortly. But you can see Lindsay's there. They're going to concentrate on running their race. So we're not going to hear much from them, and that's okay. And I don't know how long the video is going to last, because sometimes we have found when we're running and we were doing a bunch of testing that the camera actually cuts out, I guess, for lack of a better word. So I don't know.
Sean, you can yell at me if you think that I'm starting to freeze, and I'll try to reconnect. Well, at least for the park. So my plan is to try to keep you streaming for the first 4 miles, and then I'll jump on every couple of miles.
Yeah.
And if you guys are following my link, if you could tell me if my battery's really dead and I need to take a break, that would be very helpful, because I think you can see my battery level.
Your Google link will show that?
Yes.
All right.
And I think if Jay's watching, he probably will. So.
Oh, yeah, I see it now that I opened up the panel. So you're at 99.
I have a battery pack on right now, and I have a second one with me, but if I need to take a short break and chill, here's a...
Man, and here I thought we were going to get a shot of downtown Anaheim as you ran for your life through the streets of Anaheim around Disneyland.
There's a lot of noise right now, so I'm having trouble hearing you, but I'm sure once we get through, it'll be better.
And they are in Corral High. So he just took off. And this is how the race starts. Same as World.
One of our great charity organizations, Double Their Legacy,
Same as Disney World. Exciting. Here we go.
And yes, Pluto!
And we have all the things up here. So let's see how real time their tracking system is.
Yeah.
This is Corral High.
Corral High. Here we go. Corral High. So we're here at the start.
Sorry.
At the start, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredible athletes out there, and a lot of them are coached by one very incredible man. None other than Mr. Jeff Galloway. Now, Jeff is right over there.
Galloway,
He's
we
not
met
always
Mr.
listening
Galloway
to you. Right there.
at the expo. So go back and rewatch the live was at the expo.
I'm going to mute myself because I'm not sure what music's happening. And I'm sure that I don't want you to hear me breathing.
Yeah, let's see if we can. Nope. Here we go. And here we go. So this is Lindsay's live view right now. This is Lindsay's live view.
Did you see our balloon ladies?
Yes. Yes. Ooh, no, that's not what we want. This is what we want. This is what we want. Let's move that into the solo layout. Here we go. Yay, everybody wave. It's the half marathon weekend, Disneyland. Here we go. This is exciting. We ought to see the fireworks here. There'll be a countdown. Lindsay is muted currently, which is fine. As you could tell when she was unmuted, it was, it's like super loud.
I haven't seen any fireworks for the other corral.
Oh, no, really?
No, just these searchlights.
Although that kind of makes sense. They may not do fireworks there because they're probably afraid of burning down the neighborhood, especially where we've had so many wildfires lately. That could really be a real thing, so. Oh, look, Pluto. Pluto. Here we go. So, yeah, it seems like it's a cool setup. Very similar to Disney World. I'm excited to talk with them, either later on today or when they get back, just to hear of their take on the experience. It does appear to be much smaller than Disney World. So in some of the pictures and videos that Lindsay's been sending back to Stephanie and myself, it seemed that way. It felt a little smaller, although Lindsay did say that their World of Disney out there seems to be much bigger than the one in Florida, which is wild to me because the one in Florida at Disney World over at Disney Springs, that World of Disney is massive. I can't imagine another World of Disney that's bigger than that.
They're announcing our coast to coast. This fancy bracelet.
Here it is. Here it is. That's the bracelet I was talking about, people. The coast to coast bracelet.
I absolutely can't hear you.
They get a special medal. That's cool. That is very, very cool. So it's always interesting.
All right, I'll be starting my timer now.
Woohoo!
Just like.
Good luck. Run far, run fast. Run far, run fast. This is very exciting. So, every now and so she's starting her music and stuff, which is why every now and then you'll see that it's, it may be frozen, but that will be why. So when she goes to swap things, but really in the grand scheme of things, if you listened to what Lindsay was saying, is that and let's go back to the live camera, live Disney World half marathon. Let's go back. And let's see. Here we go. Solo layout. So we'll give you some of what her perspective is, right? So they are on the move. And look at that. And the timers are going. So if we were to look right now, like right here, if we look at this, there it is. Look at their times have started, right? So you can see they've each crossed the timer. And look, and it's giving us how far along they are in terms of mileage. So this is pretty wild. This is something we obviously never got to see, back. Oh, look, and there's split times that are live. This is awesome. So this is something we have obviously never got to see, because we were running, right? So we were running, but as you can see here, so Megan is on top in the split time calculator here, and Lindsay is on the bottom. But as you can see, they are giving the estimated finish. So they are currently both slated to finish right at the same time. There is a little bit of, you'll see that there's not a little, there's a lot of bit of walking, and a much slower pace. So let's go back to the action here. It's a much slower pace at the beginning of this race than you probably want, because as you can see, and this is what we experienced in Disney World, where because there's so many people, like you get jammed up and you really can't get into a groove. Even me, being the fattest and slowest turtle on the team, I couldn't really get my feet going without weaving in and out of people and all kinds of crazy stuff. So, but Lindsay's off. You can see that, she's trying to slowly get into her groove here. She's got a little bit of a jog going on. So Coach says the World of Disney in California is bigger. That's amazing, because the one in Florida is ginormous. I can't even imagine. But they are a quarter of a mile in. So this is great. The time of day out there was 5:46 and 25 seconds when they started this race. So they are predicted to finish in about 3 hours and 20 minutes, give or take, which will put them at somewhere just after the 9 o'clock hour out there in California. It'll be just a little after noontime here on the East Coast. Welcome on in, everybody. I see people starting to roll on in. Nice to see everybody here. Welcome to either Fat Turtle Racing or the Urban Family Adventurers, depending upon where you're catching us. My name's Sean Urban, here in the command center back in Massachusetts. And right now you are looking at the live feed from the Disneyland Half Marathon, where we have two of our team members, co-host Lindsay and co-host Megan, that are running the half marathon at Disneyland today, going for not only medal number 2, but going for their coast-to-coast medal as they are out there. So we heard and saw Lindsay and Megan just a short time ago as they were in their starting corral. They started in Corral I, which is incredible because that is an incredibly deep corral, but they are off and running. They have rounded the first corner. So if we look, where are we? Here we are. Here we are. So you can see that they have just rounded the corner. They have rounded the corner here. This is the corner that we just saw her take. So they are currently on this straightaway. So Lindsay and Megan are currently in this box up here on the map. That's the stretch they're running right now as they head towards mile number 1. So we will go back to our live shot on the ground. But right now, as you can see, you're going to see that, the camera, her camera will be muted. She's listening to her music, and that's fine. She is going to definitely try to keep us live and streaming as she runs in and through the park. So hopefully we'll get that. And then once she gets back out of the park, we'll hear from her every couple of miles. We believe she can hear us on top of her music, which is good.
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Okay. So on top of her music, she's going to get to listen to my lovely voice for a whopping 3 hours, which I know she loves listening to it. I mean, she listens to it all the time, whether that be by force or by nature. Well, that's still to be determined. But as we can see now, she's got a little running room here and she's making time. But this is great because this is a really neat view. So thank you for joining. Make sure you are subscribed to Fat Turtle Racing. Make sure you are subscribed to the Urban Family Adventurers. We are broadcasting live on both channels right now. So if you could help us out by subscribing to Fat Turtle Racing, if you are not subscribed already, we're trying to build that brand over there and bring you more entertaining races from different places throughout the United States. So that would be a huge help for us. So if you could head on over to Fat Turtle Racing, I will get that link in here for you. But I would be very appreciative of that. It's free, doesn't cost anything. So let's go back to the live look. We'll bring up the live shot again. And again, you're going to see, it's a race. It's a race. She's not running with a gimbal. We don't run with gimbals. If you went back and looked at my live from Disney World, it's the same thing. We're not running with gimbals on. So the picture is going to bounce. It's going to be all over the place, but you're getting a live feed literally on the ground. So you could see they were wearing their Fat Turtle shirts, which was awesome. They actually, they had a couple of people, if you were here just a little while ago, they had a couple of people that were followers of Fat Turtle Racing. They showed you them in the crowd, which was great. So, oops, here we go. Let's see if I could do. Let's see if we could do this. Not now. Here we go. So here's what I'm going to do is, hey, Fat Turtle. Word up, Fat Turtle. So I'm going to post a link for everybody here. I am going to post a link for everybody here. And this link, if you could all go over and help us out here at Fat Turtle Racing, it doesn't cost anything. If you could help us out by clicking on that link, and then when you get there, hit that subscribe button for us. We would be super appreciative of it. We are at 159 Fat Turtle racers with us over there. So if you could go to that link, hit the subscribe button, that would be fantastic. And now it looks like Lindsay's getting into a little bit of her groove, which is awesome. It is tough, though. As you can see, there's a lot of people there, although I feel like it's starting out a little bit better than Disney World, because Disney World was really congested for like the first mile. And then even after that, and then I read a bunch of stuff online the following week that really said a lot of people that have done this race for a very long time, they felt that Disney World, that Run Disney oversold the event, and that they just crammed, way more people into the event than they probably should have. So if you cross the line, I'm pulling you. Fair enough, Coach. Fair enough. But Disney World, even for me, being obviously super slow, and I mean, I was never really fast anyways, but even I did a lot of walking with a lot of people. And I remember walking and just hearing people go oh, there's so many people, I just can't get going. And even to the far left and far right, there were so many people running on the edge of the road and on the edge of the grass. There's so many people walking. Look, oh no, lady, you got to put your hand up. Jesus, Lindsay almost ran into her because somebody decided to stop and hook a left. My gosh. And we'll get to that race etiquette in a second as we're talking here, but it was just tough. There was a lot of walking. This seems to be pacing out a little bit better, which is great. So that woman that you saw about 10 hot seconds ago that almost got blasted by Lindsay and 4 other people around her, that woman that hooked the left to walk off to the side. So in these races and in most races, the race etiquette is if you are changing pace, whether that be going faster, slowing down, or turning to a walk, or just getting off the course and taking a break, you're supposed to throw up your left hand, and you're supposed to be like, changing pace or whatever. And that woman obviously did not do that. So that could have been disastrous for a bunch of people because, that can cause people to get injured. So, she needs a ticket for reckless running. Pull her over, give her the sobriety test. He's running while under the influence. Oh, cool. Look at this. Here we go. So they're crossing the first mile, and let's see if their times update in real time here, which they should. They should update in real time. They should update in real time. Let's see. And here we go. Yeah. All right. So the tracker online is a little bit behind where they're at. Not by much, though. And it's that whole delay. It's like watching live TV, where there's like a 7-second delay or whatever it is. They seem to be maybe about timing wise, about 1/10 of a mile behind. So yeah, right now I'm seeing 0.9 miles, and they obviously crossed the 1 mile mark already. If we go and look, here, so if we go and look here, they have rounded the corner. They rounded the corner. So they are past here, and they are between this 1 and the 4 currently. So that's where they're at. You can see their times. So again, you can see that their registered time. We know they crossed the 1 mile mark already. We saw the timer. Lindsay showed us the timer as she went across it, but obviously the timer online is a little bit behind. But let's go back. Let's take a look at the live feed as we run through Disneyland out there in California. Now, and I would expect that the times for our two ladies out here will get better as the day rolls on here, because they are going to be getting hopefully out of a lot of this crappy runner traffic, which happens at these big races. I mean, it happens, I feel, at every race, but Brother Jay, I don't know where Brother Jay is today. Haven't seen him yet. I know he's definitely tracking them for sure. Have not seen him pop in here to the live stream yet. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. All right, we're doing great. Whoop whoop. So we are doing good. Lindsay's battery's holding strong. You can see that there are people slowing down, obviously. Water breaks and all sorts of other stuff. So and they're going by the first watering station. And if we were to look, yep. So there's our first watering station. Fantastic. This is great. So they're making their way. They are backstage right now. Coach says gonna sprint it next year. Sure you are, Coach. They are back. They are on the backside of the roller coaster at California Adventure. I can see where they're at. So if you were to look, if we're to look here, you can see they just passed this watering station A. That's where they just went by right here. So that's, and for those of you that are looking to kind of get a feel of whereabouts they are right now, we can also see Lindsay's real-time location. We can see her real-time location. All right. So, and if we're looking at real-time locations, this...
I think I'm about to run into California Adventure from the backstage.
Yeah, I see that. That's cool.
All right, I'll pick you up
I'm
first.
going to show these people your live Google location. So, oh, here we go. Look at running in from backstage. Oh, how cool. Look at this. How cool is that? It looks like we are entering Radiator Springs there. So that's over by the Pixar Pier, right? Pixar Place. That's where we're at right there. And for those of you watching at home, this is live location. So as you can see, this is Lindsay's live location right here. She's just about in that area. So I lie. She just moved. Here we go. That's a little bit better. More better. There she is. So you can see her little icon right here. So that's just about where she's at. So this is super cool. But as you can see, like we've been talking about all morning, you can see that, you know, it gets super narrow. I think John brought up a good point before, is that things get really narrow out here. So Suzanne Babcock, good morning. Coach, if they ever were to announce that there was a free lifetime of beer and bourbon, I think I'd be sprinting with you. Yeah. Oh, this is really cool. This is a really cool look. But again, you can see like where, oh, here we go. Look at this. Going by Marvel. We are going by Marvel. That is really, really cool. So we went by the going through Avengers Campus. We just come out of Carsland, Radiator Springs. But as you can see, you know, look at all the people walking. This happened at Disney World too. You can see the characters out there waving. This is a really cool experience. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. So now if we were to look at a top-down map, we're going to see that that they are going to end up running. Essentially, they're going to run out of backstage, right? So, you know, if we were to look here, you're going to see that currently she's currently somewhere down here. They're going to run out. They're going to run down this orange line over by the Tower of Terror. And we're gonna see here very shortly that they're gonna get us some backstage passes. Yeah, maybe we can get them some backstage passes. Forever in our hearts, Rock and Roller Coaster. So you're going to see that they're going to run out the backstage here very shortly, somewhere around the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. And then they run, they're going to run all the way up, and they're going to come out and around, and it's kind of a wild map because they're going to run like way, way, way down through the backstage area. We were looking at a map. We think there's a pretty good dip in the road somewhere, so that'll make interesting having a couple of hills. It seems really flat, but then again, the video can obviously be deceiving. And we were internally amongst ourselves before they left. We were debating how flat it would be compared to Florida. So, and here we go. So now she's running downhill. Here's the dip I was just talking about, because we had kind of eyeballed this via Google Maps and a couple of other internet outlets. But they run down through this tunnel, and I believe when you come out the other end, you know whatever goes down, right? What goes up must go down, and vice versa. So they are currently approximately, give or take, about 23 minutes into this race. They are sitting somewhere around the 1.5 mile mark, which is good. Heading towards mile marker number 2. If we give Lindsay just a little bit here, as I'm sure that tunnel is not very, very friendly for a signal. Oh, and there it is. Yep. So her video, you can see it's running. It'll straighten itself out here. As soon as she gets out of the tunnel, it'll go back to being normal. But you can see she's on the move. And now it looks like about 1.5 miles in, she's getting a little bit of running room here, which is great. Kind of be able to stretch your legs out a little bit, pick up your pace, and kind of settle into a groove that'll hopefully take you for the next 12 miles at this point. I can't believe that they're about 1.5 miles in already. And they're making really, really good time right now. And just creeping up on the 25-minute mark. So keep going. You guys are, you're on a really good pace. Oh, Suzanne, it's good that they're out, but boy, they were some scary times there. And you can see that, not everybody's really like running. We got some people walking, some people that are at like I'll call it a fast shuffle, which is kind of more my speed, is more like a really quick shuffle. And then you got some people that are running, right? Like Lindsay and this lady in front of her and stuff. So let's see if, I don't know. Let's see. Nope. All right. So it appears that, yep, here we go. Mile number 2. It looks like that said 1 hour and 10 minutes. So, all right. So to explain this to you, so I know I just said that they've been on the move for over 25 minutes already. But you saw that timing marker said it was 1 hour and 10 minutes. So here's what happens: is those timers start to run as soon as the first person at the very first corral, right up in the front, crosses, and they say 3, 2, 1, go, and and the race starts. That's when those timers start. So it is not taking it is not taking her an hour and 10 minutes to go 2 miles. That is not happening. So it's what's happening is those timers run as soon as the race starts with the very first person. So it's been an hour and 10 minutes since the race started with the very first person. So in that time, that hour and 10 minutes that elapsed, it took, we'll say Lindsay, because I'm not sure where Megan is at this point, but it took Lindsay, an hour and 10 minutes to get from her holding spot to the 2 mile mark. And I can tell you that they've been running for we're approaching the 30-minute mark here. So, they waited a solid 45 minutes before they even took a step to start running this race. So if you're ever going to do a Disney race, doesn't matter where you're doing it. I would say if you're going to do a Run Disney event, just plan on when the race starts, you're going to have a lot of standing around, unless, like Mrs. Squatch just said here in the chat, it's all about corral placement, right? So the placement of the corral, if you are a Run Disney Club member and you pay for that $1,000 a year platinum level membership, you can guarantee yourself that you'll be up in Corral B, right up at the front. You get to register an extra person for every race that you race. But again, it is $1,000 a year, and then you have to pay the entry fee into the race. So there is quite the tale. And as you can see, Lindsay's making her way. She's still backstage right now. She is run by the back of Space Mountain, and it looks like the Carousel of Progress. Let me check here on the live map. So, whoop, whoop. By the back of Space Mountain and Star Wars Launch Bay, over by Tomorrowland. Right now, she's in the backside of the Autotopia. So that's really, really cool. So now if we all right, so let's look at this here. Here we go.
So here you go. I think I'm at it's a small world. It's under construction.
Yes. So you can see where she is here on the live map. You can see where she is there on the live map. So she is definitely right outside. It's a small world. And it looks like, you can see her. The signal is going to be a little wonky, but here we go. Now she's back. Cool. There it is. So she is definitely right outside. It's a small world. They have entered the park again. So they are now back inside of the Disneyland park. But that corral placement's huge. We could never figure out before we went to the Disney World race back a few weeks ago in January. We were reading online. We saw people that were walking all these races. Now, the 5 and the 10K we kind of get, right? Because that, the 5Ks are untimed.
Hey, can I mess with you for a second?
All right.
Ready?
Nothing can stop us now.
And now you all will be humming that tune for the rest of this broadcast. Nothing can stop us now. That's wild. I love it. So you can see Lindsay is inside of the park. And oh, they're running together. So producer Stephanie says that Lindsay and Megan are running together. That's great. Keep you all motivated. Enjoy the experience together, right? So, but getting back to my point is, we couldn't figure out, we could not figure out how people were doing these times of like, you'd read some of their times were like 18, 19, 20-minute times. And we're like, man, like, how does this work? This doesn't make any sense. Something's not right. Well, then we found out and these people are all stopping for pictures along the way with all these characters, and then come to find out, it was, a lot of people that are up in those corrals that are not truly runners, right? Or their athletic ability is probably that of mine. We find out that you can pay to be a Run Disney Platinum member. The window only opens up like once a year. It's tough to get into. I think this year's price is like $997 or $77. But if you are a platinum member, when you sign up for a race, so first of all, being a Run Disney Club member, whether it's gold, silver, gold, or platinum, you get to sign up before it's open to the public, which helps, right? Hey, there's Brother Jay. Hello, Jeeper Jason. So that helps. But if you're a platinum member, you get the very first crack at signing up, even before the other club members. And that platinum level guarantees that you are in what they call as a preferred corral. And what we have noticed is that the platinum level members always get into Corral B. So what we assume is that Corral A is for anybody that has a proof of time, a POT. Oh, and here we come into Batu. And they've registered a 5K, ladies and gentlemen, at 33 minutes and 53 seconds. They have registered a 5K at 6:20 a.m. and 18 seconds. That was Megan. I see Megan's number. And Megan is averaging about a 10-minute, 55-second mile. Wow. Holy cow, Megan. Whoo! That girl's running. Nice job, kids. Oh, and there we are in Batu. Lindsay giving us all the inside deets. Love it. I love it. So we found out that, that you could do that. And to us, that was like, it's mind blowing because, you really want to enjoy yourself, but you also want to get in, you want to do the run and you want to complete it. And that's the big thing, right? At least for a lot of people is completing it. Some people, amazingly, just a lot of people didn't care about completing it. They just wanted pictures and to get to the castle. But it was wild. And then we started piecing together this whole thing of like, the A corral are all the really fast people that are running because they need to get time, and essentially they need to earn a good time to earn points to get into bigger races around the country, because you can use this Disney Marathon as entry times for other big races. And by big races, I mean, you're talking like those Chicago, New York, Boston, LA, all these huge marathons. You can use the time from here. So those are the A people. And then we started realizing, after doing some internet searching and talking with various people, that a lot of the platinum members, when they register, because they're Run Disney Platinum level, they get put into Corral B. So how that works to your advantage is like, now we can see Lindsay has just come out of Batu, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. She's around, like, at this point, just about the backside of Rise of the Resistance, and now she's going to be slinging on over into Tiana's Bayou area. But how that works for you is if you're up in B, right? Think about what we just talked about, where the race started an hour and 10 minutes before she even got to the 2 mile mark. We figured there was like 45 minutes, of just sitting around in a corral. Well, I can tell you that each corral has so many waves, and the further along you go, the more waves there are. So like in the A corral, there's usually like 2 waves. In the B corral, there's usually like 2 waves, and there's only like a 1 minute time gap between each wave being released. So, if you can get a 30 or 40 minute time advantage on the sweepers and the balloon ladies, why would you not do that, right? So, hey, Sam, what's happening? Nice to see you here. Good morning, sir. So that's kind of how, when you look at people's times, and if you read online that people are getting all these crazy pictures, and that, they didn't have to worry about it. They finished it. You don't have to have a 16-minute mile because theirs was like a 19-minute mile. That's not true. It's only true if you're a platinum club member, because you can't have a 19-minute mile if you're in the last corral, like we were in Disney World, like the ladies were today, right? Like right here, you can see the pace has slowed down a little bit. Lindsay looks like she's being forced to walk. I guarantee you that's not by choice. If you're in the back corral, they were in corral I. We were in G in Disney World. The ladies today were in I. If you're back there, there is no way you can do a 19-minute pace and still finish. The only way you have a pace that's greater than a 16-minute mile is if you are way up towards the front. That's the only way that happens. It's the only way that happens. Disney World, if you guys go back and you watch, if you rewatch my live stream of that, I did a 10K. So, right. So my goal was to make it to the castle, get through the castle, and see how much further we can go. When I got to mile 1, I was 6 minutes and 45 seconds ahead of the balloon ladies and the sweepers. So, all right. I ended up doing a 17-minute mile on the average. I made the castle. I hit the 10K mark. And if you go back and you watch that stream, the balloon ladies had passed me. So that extra 6 minutes I needed so I could do a 17-minute mile and not kill myself to get my goal, which was to run through the castle, get a picture, right? So you cannot be at the back and run like a 19-minute mile. It just doesn't work. So platinum level, Run Disney club membership, put you up in Corral B. You get there early, you hang out. The first person over the start line is, say, 5 a.m. If you're in that first wave in Corral B, you're probably starting your race at about 5:06, 5:07 in the morning, right? And the balloon ladies aren't crossing that start line till 6 a.m. You're going to have like a 1 hour advantage, which is how, which is how people who are either, say, untrained or fast walkers too, right? Where they can do a 17, 18, 19-minute mile, get all the pictures, and still finish the race. Is that, they're in that Run Disney Club.
So, I'm going to shut the camera off after I go around Big Thunder, because that's going to be the attempt to go to the bathroom spot.
Come on, you don't want to take us in there with you?
I mean, it is like for science. Good to know how long the light.
It's all for science. Hey, so Lindsay, if you can hear me, they just registered your 5K. So your 5K currently is a 13:07 mile. So I don't know if that helps you out at all, because I know you got all your stuff running in the background. But according to the Disney tracking website and your bib number, your 5K registered you at an average pace of 13:07 per mile. So if that helps you pace yourself a little better, I don't want to see you burn out, because that's fast. That's real fast. That's a great pace if you can keep it. But just as a little heads up. So it seems like we are going to have a bio break here on the race course, which is fine. That's not a problem. We're going to be here. We are not going anywhere. And at some point after Lindsay is done doing her thing there, she'll hop back on the live. She still has the castle to go through after she comes around the backside of Thunder Mountain. It's the thing everybody wants to see, right? In the Disney half marathons and marathons is you want that iconic picture and video of running through the castle and coming out and running down Main Street, which is fantastic. But right now, Lindsay is going to take a quick break along the race course. Both her and Megan have completed a 5K. According to the Disney, let's do this. According to the Disney site, the tracking thing that we use, here we go. So right now, if we were to look, while we are on a little bit of a hiatus here, let's line up the map where they are. So if I look, I can get my mouse to cooperate. So right now, Lindsay is approximately in this area right here of our run. Okay. So, whoops. There we go. She's right here, somewhere in here. And then over here, you can see Megan's time. So her 5K time, she was just about on pace. She seemed to be maybe a little quick, which is fine. As you know, you just got to be careful of burnout. You don't want to waste yourself at the beginning of a race, right? So, so there's that. And then as we scroll down, Lindsay also completed the 5K portion. You can see her times here. It looks like she's at about just a hair over a 13, hair under, I should say, over a 13 minute mile. You know, and currently Megan is, I'm getting a text. Megan is obviously on her way, you know, back out. So let's see here. So she is crossing by through Pixar Place. So Megan is somewhere in this neighborhood right here. So she's not that far ahead of Lindsay currently, which is great. So they're both kind of in the same wheelhouse still. Yeah, but the big thing is the times, right? It is the time. So they are both making fantastic times. We are going to keep the times up here. Oh, and it looks like, let's go back live on the ground. Let's go back live on the ground. We're going to go back to Lindsay. Here we go. She's in the backside around the carousel, which is fantastic. And we ought to see that. I would love to call it a big, beautiful castle, but it is a small, beautiful castle compared to the one we got here on the East Coast. And there it is. There it is. The OG. There it is. The OG castle, Disneyland. And this is, you know, as you guys watched the live from our last race, this is what you get, you know, except in Florida, it's obviously you know, Cinderella's, the Magic Kingdom castle down there. And look, you run through the gate. This is cool. How cool is this? Fantastic. And I would like to compliment Lindsay on her camera work, considering that, there it is. She turned the camera around. I love it. Considering that, she's out there trying to run a race, and yet, she's doing all this camera work. So the OG Park. Sam, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. Oh, Coach, I'm looking back through the chat. So, thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Coach says good stream, by the way. I appreciate that, Coach. Thank you very much. That is great. So as you can see, this is the co-host Lindsay. The co-producer is somewhere about 3/4 of a mile ahead of her. They are both great times right now. And we are on Main Street. We have just ran through the castle with Lindsay. We are on Main Street, USA, Disneyland. The green huts, yes. So Mrs. Squatch, a.k.a. producer Stephanie, she is watching this feed. And those little green huts that you see are the photo pass people. So you always try to get in a really good picture. Right now, both of our ladies are running fantastic times. For those of you just joining, make sure you hit the like button. But more importantly, help us out. You can help us out. So you're either watching us over on Fat Turtle Racing, or you've caught us on Urban Family Adventure channel. What I need you all to do, and if you could, I would greatly appreciate it, is if you could go to that link right there for YouTube. That's the Fat Turtle Racing page. We are currently sitting at 160 fat turtles. We would like more fat turtles to join us. So if you could go over, it doesn't cost anything. Just hit the subscribe button for us. That would be great. If you are new here to the Urban Family Adventurers channel, and that's where you're catching us, I ask that you do the same thing. So go and hit both those places up. If you could just click the subscribe button, it really helps. Of course, hitting the like button to get this video out in real time also helps if you hit the like button right now. But really, the important thing is subscribe. Help us grow our channel. Lindsay has now shut her camera off. She's going to take a break for a little bit, try to save her battery for a little bit later on. So what we're going to do now is we are going to, in real time, watch. We are going to watch. So this is their race times. So right now, currently, if we were to, and we will see the real timeness here very shortly. But right now, our ladies are somewhere right down in this area. If we look, here is Lindsay's real-time location. You can see that she's right here, right? Oh, and there she is. She's back on. So this is going to happen from time to time, and that's not a problem. Here we go. Yes, she's giving us all the goods from Disneyland. Yes. I love it. So she is providing me her real-time location so I can see her pin, which is how we're able to see that. So at some point coming up here very soon, as she exits Disneyland and heads into California Adventure Park, when she gets to the other side of the California...
So my battery when you get a chance.
Oh, you're at 66%.
So I think it takes my battery to stream.
Yes.
So I have a pack hooked up. It's obviously not keeping up. So I'll take a break after I get out of these parks.
Yep. You're at 66% right now. So, so she's going to take a break to save some battery for later on, towards sporadically. And then, obviously after she finishes, she'll pop back on and give us a little post-race liveness. from the reunion area that's out there. But currently we have the live feed from Lindsay, who is actually approaching mile 4. So she's creeping up on being like a third of the way done with this. She's almost there. You can see there's a bunch of people, a lot of bottlenecking, not unusual. This is every Disney race. You see a lot of people like this. It can be tough at times to get into a groove. Ooh, watch the train tracks and get a good pace going. You can just see that one girl just blitz by everybody way in the outside. It's because there are a lot of people. You can see there are a bunch of people doing the Sean Urban shuffle, as I call it, which is, you're kind of half running, high speed walking. And we see some other people that are just, they're doing whatever they're doing. They're doing their thing, and you can see them running by. You can see some people, as Lindsay passes them, are really at like a high speed walk. So there are all types, but there are a lot of people. It creates a lot of congestion. And if you are trying to run, it can really kind of hamper your groove. It's like, as yeah, exactly, John. It can be something to try to, as a runner, just as an athlete that of any sport, really, you try to get into this groove where your body feels good. Your breathing is good. You've got good energy, and you like to stay in there. And really, I've noticed when I was doing triathlons, and I found it more to be, for me, it was more in the bike portion than it was anything else. I would swim, and then you would get out and you would bike. And I was a good swimmer and a good biker. A runner, I was never a good runner, but I always found the biking portion of my triathlons to be a little ridiculous, because it's just like the pacing and the congestion, it was, man. So I get it. You can never get into a groove. You never really felt like you were settled in right. So, and that's what we're seeing here. There's a lot of people, but Lindsay's really fighting through right now, making a good push, trying not to weave in and out. And there's a good shot of California Adventure. There's that big old Mickey wheel. I'll be very curious. So the ladies are spending a few days bouncing around the parks here after today. So after their race is over, they're going to go get some recovery time. They were feeling good. They got in on Friday, and they spent, they picked up their bibs and stuff, and they spent yesterday doing some expo stuff. And we were talking early this morning, and they actually felt really good. So for the Disney World half, we were up seriously at like 2:00 in the morning. But with the time difference, getting up and out and being in place at 4 a.m., I believe it was, is like 7:00 in the morning here. So they got like, their bodies got what their body perceives to be was a normal night's rest for the most part. And they weren't up super early. So it seemed like their energy was good. They were really kind of awake and ready to go. As you can see, there's a bunch of people walking here. So Lindsay will have to navigate like that guy is right there, trying to navigate around these people. Typically in races like this, and you can see she's squeezing between the California version of Binny for those D3ers that are here. Typically in a race, the race etiquette is, if you're walking or going at a super slow pace, you should really be over to the right-hand side, and allowing people that are running to go by you. Oh, and there's mile marker number 4. That is awesome. Mile marker number 4. Woohoo! All right. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. So the next stop up we are going to see is, we'll get the the 10K split in here. So in like 2 more miles, we will get the 10K split. So that was at 627. So now it's 9:43. So that this 10K time will be a little so I'm hearing that Megan just hit the 5-mile mark. So she's about a mile ahead, which is what I predicted. We're going to see that the 10K time for Lindsay, her pace is probably going to grow. So she was at a 13:07 for the 5K, which is, the first 3 miles, 3.1. We're going to see that her 10K time, her pace, her average pace will be a little bit slower, because there was a small break in there. So the clock doesn't stop, right? But then I predict that when she gets to the 15K mark, we'll see her probably right on.
Don't knock my bathroom break time out again, okay?
No, that's why we're trying to explain to them
do what
why
you gotta do.
there may be a discrepancy is because of the bathroom break time, because the clock doesn't stop. Like they don't have a timer that, when you go to the bathroom, you don't walk over a timing thing where it says, oh, they're going to the bathroom, we're going to stop. So
Look at this Pixar hotel.
That was a good time for a little snack.
woohoo!
I like snack.
Oh, and there's a
right,
pacer.
so-
That guy in the blue shirt.
Snacks are great. Two.
He's at 3:20. 3 hours and 20 minute pacer.
He's a 3-hour, 20-minute mark. Okay. Yep.
I don't know what that means.
So
That's
what
faster
that
than
is,
me, probably.
so I stayed with one of them for just a little bit during our race. I stayed with the 3-hour, 20-minute guy. So they do the Jeff Galloway run walk system. And there's usually a couple, there's anywhere from 2 to 4, depending upon the corral and how fast you want to run. So if you were to stay with that guy, and you were to run and walk and keep pace when they're running and walking, you will finish in 3 hours and 20 minutes using an alternating run walk method. And there are a lot of them. So they go anywhere, they have them that they do. It's something stupid, like, a 2.5 hour pacer all the way to the 3 hour and 30-minute pace time of a 16-minute mile. And they run the whole thing. They're really good. They're very motivational. Typically, you can find a little cluster of people with them. I saw several of them back in January at the half down in Disney World. And there was anywhere from, 8 to 15 people with each one of those pacers. So if you were to stay there and do that, you would finish in 3 hours and 20 minutes. And if you go and look, if you were to enter their bib times into the tracker, they are like dead nuts on. When they tell you they're going to finish in 3 hours and 20 minutes, you are crossing that line at like 3 hours and 20 minutes. They're so good at pacing. And it really helps, especially like if you're like me and you're not a runner even remotely. And here we are.
All right, I'm going to drop you to probably mile 5.
Yeah.
Check back in.
Yeah, save your battery.
See how my battery does.
You're at 60%. So
All right, let's see how it recovers while I'm off.
get to like the 10K mark and then check in a couple of more miles. You were at a 13:07 pace for your 5K, just to let you know.
Yeah, but then I peed.
Yeah, don't burn out. That's a fast pace.
I'll try
man.
not to.
Go.
All right, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, we'll see you soon. So there we go. So that is, where'd we go? Here we are. All right, so welcome on in, everybody. My name's Sean Urban. That was the co-host Lindsay, who is out with the co-producer Megan. They are running in Disneyland. We got a live feed for the first like 4 miles of this race. So Lindsay is going to take a break, let her battery recover a little bit. I do have her, however, we are live tracking her. So we will put that up here on the screen. Let's see if we can. There we are. So that is where she's at. Nope, that is not where she's at. Here we go. All right. So that is, you can see her icon right here. You can see her icon right there. So that's her live track. And then over on the other side here, we can see the race times. So they only register race times every 5K. So we'll see a split time come in here, 5, 10, the 15, and then the finish. So as they cross, it looks like Megan is shooting some text messages over to us here. So we're gonna shoot Megan a message. So here we go. All right. Shoot her a quick message, let her know what she registered according to her bib, her 5K pace was, so she can pace herself a little bit. If she kept up that pace and took no breaks, she was estimated to finish in 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 58 seconds, approximately 8:09. So that would be, what's that, 11:09 East Coast time. So about a 79-minute half marathon, which is absolutely incredible. As we scroll down here, you can see Lindsay's times, where she was at a 13:07 pace for her 5K. She would finish about 38 minutes later with a 2 hour and 51-minute time of the pace. So, and over here on the map, you can see Lindsay's icon, which is right here. There it is. So there we are. That is exactly what is happening. But so thank you for joining us here. Whether you're catching us on Fat Turtle Racing or you're seeing me over on the Urban Family Adventurers channel, we are broadcasting to both. We appreciate you being here. I am home here at the control center over here in Massachusetts, while the two ladies are out on the West Coast at Disneyland running. We just got done with a little live feed of Lindsay as she ran around and through the Magic Kingdom out there at Disneyland and part of California Adventure. She is on her way towards the 5-mile mark, which is fantastic. We will see her split time come up here very, very soon. And if we were to look, here we go. Here is the race course. This is the race course. So this portion of the course is already done. We have moved on to, whoops, I did not mean to do that. I meant to do this. We have moved on to this part of the race course. So the last time I saw Lindsay's live location, in terms of the race course, she's not at mile 12, but her location was right around where this number 12 is. She's heading towards the number 5. And if you were to look here, that's the 5 is the mile marker. So you will see the number 1 is the first aid station in the race. So the first aid stations are nice. West Side. The first aid stations are nice. They offer everything from blister care to Tylenol. If you're bleeding, they've got gauze. They have all kinds of ointments and glides and stuff. On the way back at the same spot, you see the number 4 on the right-hand side over here. This number 4 right here, that means that is the 4th first aid station. So they typically try to make your water stops and your first aid stations on both sides of the road. So they're going to run down one side. It's an out and back. So at some point they'll turn around and they run back up. So hang out with us. We have just about 2 hours left until the half is over. Very exciting. A very exciting thing is, so a couple things for those of you just joining us, some of the stuff that we went over a little bit earlier in the broadcast. So this is my medal from the half marathon in Disney World that we did back in January. So they will get the half marathon medal for Disneyland. They are going to get a special medal when they finish. When you do a half or a full marathon and Disney, both parks in the same calendar year, you get to be a coast-to-coast finisher, right? So they will get a special coast-to-coast medal to wear, which is awesome. That's quite an achievement. We went over some of the technology just a little while ago, and we'll do it again. So this is my race bib. This is my race bib from, let me get rid of that. This is my race bib from, here it is. Whoop. This is the race bib. This was from Disney World, from the half back in January. That was my number. This is the corral I was in up here. We were in Corral G. The girls were in Corral I this morning. You can take this number, and if you go to the Run Disney website, you would put it in, and you could track all of my split times, like we just saw on the screen a few moments ago with the ladies running. So, and Megan has registered a 10K. She has registered a 10K. She seems to be staying on pace at a 10-minute and 53-second mile. That is so. And Lindsay is going to be just a few short minutes behind her. So there it is. There it is, right? So, whoops. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. So there it is. So you can see every 5K, we're going to get a split time. And how they track that is on the back of this thing, right? So you put all this information, but the big thing is, where is it? The big thing is here, right? So the big thing is this tag. See this tag at the top has my race number right here, right? So that tag, which there's 2 on here because they had a problem. So we had to get reissued these tags. In this tag, there's some technology. And as you come across those timers that we were seeing Lindsay show us, it registers the time in the tracking system, which is this system right over here, right? It's measuring every mile. That's how it can determine your pace and stuff. That's how they keep track of your time. So you have nothing to worry about. Those trackers are like paper thin. They use a technology in them. It's very similar to the technology that's in the Magic Bands, where it's using a tiny little RFID chip to put out the information, super low battery power. And that is how the bib technology works. We are able to, as you can see here on the screen, we're able to track them via their bib number. And right now, so it looks like you can see it scrolling up here at the top, this thing that keeps flipping. So it's saying the estimated finish for Megan is 8:09 a.m. and her 15K time should be about 7:27. So about 30 more minutes, we're going to see Megan complete a 15K, give or take. We're waiting for Lindsay's to register. So it's saying Lindsay is about 10 minutes away from registering her 10K. And again, She took a quick bathroom break along the race course, which a lot of people do actually. So that will throw her average pace off. What'll be the true test is going to be her 10K pace. Does she go back to that 13-minute or you know so that is what we were waiting for. And let's scroll down just a little bit. Okay, here we go. All right. Just sending the girls a couple of text messages with their pacing time. It's a funny thing about running. You don't want to, you don't want to go too fast too early because you're going to have some leg left at the end. But they're making really good time. They're getting a lot of really good separation from the balloon ladies, which is great. So good temperature this morning. All right. Thanks, Trip Billy. Appreciate that. Down to 40 the other day. 40, like 40, 50. Those temperatures are great for us. We live in New England though, so we spend 6 months out of the year doing that, so that's kind of what we're all about. Yeah. Can you close that door?
Okay.
Thanks. All the way. Yep. Thank you. All right. That's all right. You can leave it like that.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. So we are patiently waiting. So somewhere in the next 6 to 7 minutes, we're gonna see Lindsay. We should see in the next 7. We're gonna say 7-ish minutes. We'll see Lindsay's 10K time pop up here. Telling Megan to get back to running. Focus. So they are running their best race out there. Megan says she's living the dream out in Anaheim. And she can text and run. She's talented. I love it. And she's kind of bored. Oh no. I'm telling her we need some action shots from the mean streets of Anaheim. Mean streets of Anaheim. That's wild. All right. So, it is estimated Megan is somewhere around 7 miles in, give or take. Lindsay is somewhere around 6 miles in. Phone died. Had to plug it in. Yeah. That happens, Coach. That happens. So, okay. Okay. Last night was productive. Perfect, coach. Perfect. All right. So with that being said, let's go and take a look at where we think Lindsay's going to be. So we're going to zoom out. And Lindsay. Whoa, let's zoom back in here. All right, and we're going to call up both these maps here. So we're going to zoom out just a little bit. So Lindsay's almost there. You can see that she's right around this number 11 here on the map on the right. So she's heading towards the number 6. That'll be, the 10K markers right around there. So you can see here. This is just about where she is on 9th Street. She's going to come down to here, and she's going to come this way. And that marker is somewhere right around this next intersection right over here. So Lindsay's getting there. She is definitely getting there, but this is where they're at. So, and then we are going to get a live feed in just a little while from Lindsay. She is letting her phone charge back up, and it's getting a good charge on now, which is great. So, yep. All right. So, what happened? Here we go. There we are. So, we are watching the live location of our fat turtle. And Megan is just about a mile ahead of her, give or take, somewhere in there. How they called the mean streets when you have a motel called the Candy Cane Inn. John, that is so true. That is so true. Suzanne, they're going to go 9th down to Chapman Ave. They're going to take a right onto Chapman. So they're going to come down this way, take a right onto Chapman, and that will complete the 10K portion. So that'll be halfway done. So she's almost there now. We can see Lindsay, and her phone's getting a good charge on right now, which is great. Let's see if we can get her back up here. So we will put her, you can see her right in the middle of the road right here. And this will auto update about every minute. So I expect to see her, down just a little bit below there, coming up here very shortly. From Chapman, let's see. I'm not really sure, Suzanne, to be honest with you. Chapman, they go Chapman to South Euclid. See it over here, South Euclid Street. It looks like. Right there. So this is about where we're at right now, because Lindsay's, as you can see, she is pretty much at the intersection, rounding the corner here onto Chapman, which is now at the top of the screen over here on the left, right over here. So it looks like, which I don't know. Oh, so there's a watering station there. That's what we're looking at. A watering station. Oh, that's cool. So they're gonna come down here. It looks like I don't know if you can really see that, Suzanne, but when they come off that South Euclid Street, it looks like they make a little bit of a zigzag and they end up down on Garden Grove. And then you're gonna see that they go all the way down Garden Grove Boulevard and they get onto Harbor Boulevard. And they make their way back up. Then they hook a left back onto Chapman, and then they start following back that 9th Ave all the way back up to what's that? Cato Ave, and then back to the back to the finish area. So they're getting there. They're both getting there. Let's see. We are somewhere in this wheelhouse right now on this map. So for those of you playing our home game, this is what we're doing. Lindsay should be registering a 10K any second here. We can see it coming up. We'll see her 10K time pop up here. You can see she's right along the bottom of the screen. As soon as she crosses that timer, it will pop up here in real time. We have all the things going right now. We have all the things going. So at that intersection, makes sense. Oh, you saw all the barriers yesterday. Yep. Oh, there's a Great Wolf Lodge out there, huh? It's so wild to me that, back in the day when they created Disneyland, like how there was nothing out there, and now it's just like literally in the middle of a neighborhood. There's all these other parks and places out there, and oh, there's Stephanie. Thank you. You're welcome. Give me a little pick me up. Get me a little pick me up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it seems that Megan has just passed the Garden Grove police station. So, yeah, she's still safe. She said the mean streets of Anaheim are not that mean. Stephanie is the glue. Ooh, that one's strong. Ooh. These things, so there's like a flavor thing in the top that you change out or whatever. It's sometimes it's strong. Good, just strong. So we are patiently awaiting. Lindsay should be crossing that 10K mark any minute now. Hey, and there it is. So, as predicted, Lindsay stopped to use the restroom. Obviously, it makes your pace a little bit longer. But even with that stop, it only added like, a minute and 16 seconds to the mile. That's still a fantastic pace. Listen, a 14-minute and 23-second mile is awesome. So, So her average right now, 13, I'm just texting her, 1340. Here we go. Perfect. All right. So, shit, if I wasn't in my PJs, I'd head right on up there. I'm like, PJs, I keep forgetting that you guys are, it's only like 7:15 in the morning out there. It's already 10:15 out here. You know what I mean? So that's wicked funny. Like, what do you mean you're in your PJs? So this is good. Ladies are off running. They're all making really good time. We have about, just trying to do some math here. So we have about 12 to 13 minutes before we see, oh, and here's Lindsay taking the left onto Euclid Street. We have about 12 to 13 minutes before we see the next time for Megan, which will be the 15K mark for her. So Lindsay's great. Back to just checking in. It's funny how I all I could do to run and concentrate on running, never mind texting while I was running. I don't know how they're doing it. So this has been quite the experience, trying to stream all this stuff and checking in with the ladies as they make their way. Oop, here we go. So Suzanne Babcock is our resident Disneyland expert, as she lives in the area out there. So I am sure that she is watching this and tracking the live location and is super duper familiar with all the things. I can't believe they have a Jack in the Box out there. That's wild. I have not been to a Jack in the Box since I was a kid. We used to have a Jack in the Box right down the street from me when I was a kid, and it closed up. I mean, I was really young when it closed and it went away. They had the best breakfast in the entire world. It was awesome. Jack in the Box, man. Oh, see, now there's reasons besides Disneyland to go out to Anaheim. And what is Ralph's? Ralph's, it says, is Wells Fargo. It's a grocery store. All right. They're all over the place, but their food kind of sucks now. Oh, that's terrible. Jack in the Box used to have the best breakfast, man. When I was a kid, I used to love going there. Finally made it to 0 degrees. Oh, Ralph's is essentially Kroger under just a different name. Is that what that is? That's wild. Hey, Suzanne, if I zoom out far enough, you probably see your own house. So Lindsay's definitely approaching that 7-mile mark, which is great. So she should be crossing the 7-mile mark and probably, let's see here. 13. So she's probably crossing that 7-mile mark somewhere right around now. So let's see. If I zoom out just a little bit. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. She's coming right up to it. So the 7-mile marker is somewhere right in this area. And as we can see, Lindsay is just a hair. If you look, here she is right here. She is just a hair above right where that 7-mile marker is. So she's making fantastic time right now. I'll grab a breakfast jack sometime. Yep. I would like to do it again just to see, if it's like I remembered as a kid, does it still taste the same? And we are getting text messages from Megan. So, this is Lindsay saying she may pop back on just for a little bit at like mile 8, give or take. So, Lindsay is approaching the 7-mile marker. I told her, good job. Keep going nice and steady. So she will be back on broadcasting. Lindsay will fire up her camera once again. But it's just going to be a little bit. So until that happens, y'all stuck with me. I know. But I do appreciate all of you that have signed up for Fat Turtle Racing. I truly do appreciate you guys going over and subscribing and helping out the channel. She said, I can't see my house yet. You're that close to the race, huh? That's awesome. So for those of you looking for a little bit more information, and those of you just joining us here, welcome on in. My name's Sean Urban. If you found me on Urban Family Adventurers, welcome. Please hit that subscribe button for me. And for those of you that may be over on Fat Turtle Racing, which is the race channel for the race team, who's currently out in Disneyland, which is why we're here. If you are not already a subscriber there, please do us a solid by doing the free thing, one of the few free things that you can do in life. Help us out. Subscribe to both channels. We would greatly appreciate it. We are here at the command center back here in frosty New England, where it's like a balmy 28 degrees outside. It is 10:22 in the morning here, which means it is 7:22 on the East Coast, where co-host Lindsay and co-producer Megan are currently running another 13.1 miles, trying to earn their coast-to-coast medal in the Run Disney environment. So they were with us back in Florida. The whole team was down in Florida in January to run the half marathon weekend. They signed up to run the Disneyland half marathon at the marathon weekend in Disneyland, which is taking place. This is the big event that closes it all out, is the half marathon out there. So they are going to complete that half marathon. They are going to earn their coast to coast medal. And we are incredibly proud of them. So if you look up here on the screen right now, here at the map on the left-hand side is just about the area where they are both at. Lindsay's just crossing the 7-mile mark. Megan is about a mile ahead of her. So they are both in the wheelhouse. And Megan is saying that she found her new job. That's hilarious. Suzanne, they may be in your neighborhood sooner than later. Yeah. So, wow, Megan, I am being told, is now on Harbor Boulevard, which is way down. So she's like a couple of miles ahead of Lindsay now. Wow, that's incredible. So that's where they're at. But if you look here on the right-hand side next to the map, if you wanted more particular information using any of these QR codes, you will be able to get to the Run Disney website, where they have all the information that you could want between runner tracking, the digital guide, the Photo Pass stuff if you want to look into Photo Pass, and of course the Run Disney website. So you can go on over there later on, check that stuff out if you want. But for right now, we are trying to watch the pace, the timing and the pace here. So this is Megan's pace for the first, the 5 and the 10K. So she's running a little quick. This is Lindsay, who's running a great time, by the way, way better than Disney World. So Disney World, she was at about a 15-minute mile. Even with a restroom break, she's still averaging a 13:45. That is fantastic. Let's check in on the live tracker here, and let's see where she's made it. There it is. So you can see, and our resident Disneyland area expert, Suzanne Babcock, who is in the chat, is very familiar with this area. You can see that they have them running down Main Street, portion of Main Street. They are going to turn, I believe, which is right here. If I can get my mouse to work. Come on, mouse. Yep. So they're going to go right into here to this Arcadia Parkway. So Lindsay's right here. Lindsay's right here. She's going to run straight down and then take this next, well, it looks like a right to us. It's going to be a left to her. And she'll be heading over towards this Arcadia Park this way. And it looks like, just trying to figure out what the heck happened. And it looks like at this next intersection over, so here you can see, just so you know where the mouse is in case you can't see it, she's right here. This is Lindsay. She's heading this way right here. And at this intersection just to the right is a water stop. So she will, at this point, I think they're going to go down one more block. They're going to come up along this career center here, and then they're going to take a left or a right to us at that major intersection right there and continue on down Garden Grove Boulevard. So Lindsay's made the corner. She is approaching the watering station currently. Let's go and check in with the chat. Let's see what is happening over here in chat land. Doesn't taste the same. Can't see your house yet. Yeah. Yes, Coach, we need merch. We need some merch. And Megan has just passed the Great Wolf Lodge, I'm being told. And a big thanks to Jeeper J for kind of keeping up with a couple of our racers in real time, as I am doing a one-man show here. all the producing and hosting It's keeping me busy. It is definitely keeping me busy. So, yep. So according to Track Shack, yes. So if we call up the tracker here in real time, Lindsay's about 7.5 miles in. Megan's about 9.5 miles in, and starting to really set a pace. And Megan has crossed the 15K. So Megan, you have completed a 15K, which is great. We'll send her a quick text message. Meg completed 15K at a 10.51 mile per minute. Great job. Keep going. So Megan's very consistent. Excuse me. I would expect Lindsay to be very consistent also. So good job to the ladies. Good job to the ladies. They are just about three quarters of the way done with the race. Del Taco. I've never had Del Taco. Never had Del Taco. Trip Billy, we don't have Del Taco out here in New England either. Never heard of it. Is it any association with like Taco Bell? Is it like a sister company or something? So all we have out here is Taco Bell for fast food taco stuff. In-N-Out Burger. I love In-N-Out. In-N-Out is so good. I do love In-N-Out. Although Lindsay and Megan, one time they were driving home from Florida, and they were trying different places to eat, and they had us stop at a place called Cookout. And boy, we stopped driving when we were driving. I think it was like a year and a half ago now. One of our trips we drove, and we stopped there. Whoo, boy. Oh, and let's see. Oh, not yet. I was getting excited. Not yet. We stopped at Cookout, and boy, it was outrageously good. In-N-Out Burger. So I do love In-N-Out. Light well fries. Yeah, I don't know. Asia? Is that how you say that? Asia Parkway. So Asia Parkway. Let's go to here. Let's see where Lindsay's at. Lindsay is back on Euclid, but she's going to be going down, and you can see, like I said, she's here. When she gets to this big intersection, she'll be going to the right, her left, our right, down Garden Grove, and then all the way up to Harbor Boulevard. So Susan, we had animal something. Police station. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Cool. Taco Bell sucks. All right. Ooh, you got Anchor Bar. That's awesome. A Acacia. Thank you. I was like, what? Acacia. Yeah. That was I'm looking at that going like, how do you say that? Acacia Parkway. Said in my best Bostonian New Englandy accents. So now if I zoom out, you see Lindsay's right here, right? She's right there. She's going to run all the way down until she gets to this funky intersection, and then she's going to take a left. See this Red Lobster thing? See, my little mouse here is at the just over the Red Lobster route. She's going to head up that way. So she got a little bit to go, but she's doing good. Right on pace. Ooh. So here we are, keeping all the pacing. So now we are waiting for Lindsay to register her 15K, as you can see there at the bottom. It'll be popping up before you know it. Which I'm thinking we probably have about 10 minutes to go before we see Lindsay's 15K pop up. And if you look, so the estimated finish for Megan was originally, they had her at like 8:09. She's actually picked up a minute, and she is predicted to finish at 10:34 a.m. I'm sorry, in 34 minutes at like 11:08 a.m. Or 8:08. Well, it's 11:08 here. 8:08 a.m. out there. Wow, Suzanne, you're that close, huh? That's incredible. How do you not go to Disneyland like all the? I'd be there every weekend. I would have been there today. I'd be there all the time. It'd be the same thing if I lived in Florida. It would be, I would just be there literally all the time. All the time. I could not help myself but going all the time. You used to go there all the time. Were you annual pass holder? I feel like the answer to that needs to be yes, because of how close you are. But yeah, had you annual passes before. That's I mean, when you live that close, how can you not, right? You practically walk up there. So let's see here. So all right. So, and in terms of this, we are somewhere in here with Lindsay, and Megan is somewhere up here on Harbor Boulevard, probably approaching actually mile 10. So she may actually be back onto Chapman Ave right now, because she's about 2 miles ahead of Lindsay. So she's back onto, I'm assuming she's back on the Chapman Ave. Do 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 do. All right. Bum, 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 bum. So all right, so here's Lindsay. Here she is right here at the intersection of New Hope Street. So she's at the intersection of New Hope, heading down towards, if you look at the map on the left, that you can see West Street right here. So Lindsay is somewhere like in that box, right in this area, somewhere in here. So Megan is up. My prediction is Megan's up around the 10-mile mark right now. So West takes you to Disneyland. Yeah, so like if she was to take a left, right? She would run straight up and yep. So they make them go out and around. Yes, West. Yep. They got to get that 13 miles in, so they got to go the long way. Yep. She's on Chapman. That's what I figured. Because she's, according to her time, she's about 2 miles ahead of Lindsay, and I can see Lindsay's real-time location. We can see Lindsay's real-time location. So using some common sense and some good math, that is what we are talking about. Yep. Lindsay is approaching West Street, putting in the good work, has a really good pace going. So Chap, is it Chapman? Chapman. Chapman, no Chape. Oh, and look who it is. Da, 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 da. The conquering hero has returned to the live stream, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what you should see? I don't know if you can see it in the video. You can see the smoke from the wildfires.
Really? So where should we be looking towards?
Look ahead toward those trees, like far up. It's wicked easy.
Oh, yes. I can make it out now. That is wild. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our main stage. Here's co-host Lindsay. So she's doing some live streaming for us. We got her on Google Maps as we keep watching.
Okay, I'm putting you back in the arm. Keep talking.
So we are watching her in real time on Google Maps as she's making her way now. You can see she's approaching West Street as she's making her way towards that Harborside Boulevard where she's going to take a left. Her phone is currently at 78%. So she streamed us all the way through a Magic Kingdom, California Adventure. She's checked in with us as she has passed mile marker 8. So she is doing fantastic. Megan is basically up around the corner on Chapman Ave again. So, oh, they're saying it's probably smog, not smoke. Because the fires are now all out. That's wild. Oh, and it's overcast. So Suzanne Babcock, Lindsay, lives right down in that area. She lives just a few short blocks off of the race course. So she's been kind of giving us play-by-play here of like things in the neighborhood that I'm noticing on Google Maps, like the Jack in the Box and stuff. So that has been great. Our ladies are having ridiculously awesome paces right now, where Megan is at about a 10-minute 51-second mile. Lindsay's averaging about a 13-minute 45-second mile. Both of those are incredible paces, and they are going to finish strong today. I have a good feeling. I did predict this back when we got back from our January trip to Florida, and then I predicted it again this morning, thinking that these girls were going to have much better race times and probably a better race experience in terms of running, because even from looking at this video that I'm seeing here, the roads look much flatter. So in Florida, there was a lot of pitch to the road. There was a lot of, like overpasses that you had to go up and down and ramps. that, up and down. So it was, I guess, hillier maybe than this, but the roads here look flat as a board, which is awesome. Lindsay looks like she's getting a bunch of running room. Talking about race etiquette, again, these people walking in front of her should be way to the right, allowing all the people actually running room on the left-hand side of this road to run. But sometimes people just don't, they don't have good race etiquette. So, and it doesn't seem like a big deal to go around those people until you add up the number of steps it takes to go around somebody, like you can see she's doing here, right? And then to stay and then get back in, all those side steps coming in and out over the course of 13 plus miles adds up. It adds very, very much extra distance into your run. Oh, and Suzanne says it's very flat there, which is great for pacing, right? It's good for running a nice flat surface and you just keep going. So this is cool. And I know Lindsay can hear me. We talked about the coast to coast medal. So we'll be very curious in seeing the coast to coast medal, once they collect it. And then at the end, they'll cross the finish line. Megan is at mile 11 on 9th Street. Okay, great. So, we will have, whoops. So here we go. So we'll have a little bit of the reunion area once Lindsay and Megan are back together at the end of this thing and they both catch their breath, literally catch their breath and compose themselves a little bit and get a drink and grab a snack. I'm sure we'll get some live video and you'll, like you did with the race in January with us, you'll get a little look around like what's going on. But again, very similar to Florida. I'm sure there'll be, I don't know if there'll be quite 15,000 people like there was at the Florida race. I have a feeling that they don't allow as many people at this one because it is so much tighter and smaller, such like John V said before, it's a lot narrower. So, Suzanne shops at that Mexican market on the left-hand side. That's funny. I love it. So we'll get some of that in later. It'll be incredible. Oh, look there we go. Go get them superheroes. I don't know how people do that, man. I could not have like a cape, and I know it's lightweight material, but I could not have a cape like licking at my heels all day off the back of my calves. It'd be so distracting. It really would be. It'd be so distracting. The Lindsay now is currently on Harbor Boulevard. Oh, look, and they got some people there in the crowd. Barriers across the road. That's great. How cool is that? So she is on Harbor Boulevard. She is right by the El Supermarkets and the 5-cent games over there, the nickel 5-cent games in the Town and Country. So if you're looking at a map, that's where she's at. She's putting in the good effort, getting a little view of Anaheim, I guess, and some of the neighborhood. So here, much different than Disney World. Out on the West Coast, Disneyland, they actually have to run through the neighborhoods because, Disneyland is essentially just a theme park. It's not like Disney World that owns, 25 plus thousand acres that they have now spread out this, this resort style theme park on, and it's locked away and they can just use their own internal road system. It's not like that out there at Disneyland. So, that is that. Suzanne says that they're on Garden Grove still. Well, Lindsay's Google tracker shows her on Harbor Boulevard. That's weird. Oop. Here we go.
Everything you're telling me, Sean, sounds like what I'm seeing when you say I'm passing the streets.
Oh, all right, cool.
So you sound like you're in the right spot.
Nice.
I just ran by a Red
great.
Lobster, if that helps.
Yes, I can see that. Red Lobster. Yeah. I see that. You just went by the Red Lobster.
Jeez, It says the next street that I'm running up on says Palm.
Yep, Palm Street. It's up on the right. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Right next to the Harbor Inn and Suites, which sounds like a rocking good place to stay. All right. And Megan is up somewhere around mile marker 11, so just a couple of miles ahead of Lindsay. Not that far ahead. Lindsay is approaching mile marker 9 right now, which is incredible. So she ought to be coming up to mile marker 9 very soon, based on the location I'm seeing. And just for reference, your battery is at about 76%, so you're holding strong, which is a good thing. I love it. So now let me see here. So that is that. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. You're gonna have that mile number 9 timer should be within sight momentarily here if you cannot see it yet. So she is quickly approaching mile number 9 in our Disneyland half marathon. And again, like, you see a lot of people walking. I don't know, given Lindsay's pace though, so she's about 3 minutes ahead of the balloon ladies. She's gone 8 miles. So my estimate is she is somewhere around 20 minutes or so ahead of the balloon ladies at this point. So you have yourself a pretty good cushion out there right now. So they're going to be a ways behind you. You can see a lot of people walking now, whether that they're taking a break or they're trying to walk this whole thing. It's they got to make some sort of time, because that 20-ish minute window that these people are at right now, goes away really quickly. But you can see some people are like strolling, walking. So either they've ran really hard to get to this point and they're taking a walk break, or as we were talking about earlier, they're in the run club for Disney and they were able to get a higher corral, like a B, C, or a D corral. Good thing I don't need to go out today. Suzanne says, yeah, you're not getting around and you're getting near the Great Wolf Lodge, I'm being told in the chat here, Lindsay. So it looks like you're running right by it. Yep, there it is. There's a Great Wolf Lodge. We have one of those out here in Massachusetts, believe it or not. I'm sure that the outdoor portion is closed at this point, and it's really expensive. We've had some friends that have gone there and they're like, man, like you'd rather save the money and go to Disney, because it was quite pricey to stay there, and then tickets. And I guess the benefit is when you have one close enough by, you can drive to it. But my name's Sean Urban. We are back here in Massachusetts at the Control Tower, trying to make this whole operation go smoothly. Right now, we are looking at a live video from our co-host Lindsay, who's part of the Fat Turtle race team. And out there with her, just a couple miles ahead of her, is the co-producer Megan, who's also part of the race team. Myself and Stephanie are back here in Massachusetts. Lindsay is providing us with some live feed. We had a live feed of the Magic Kingdom and California Adventure a little earlier. We are currently right now on South Harbor Boulevard. Lindsay has made the corner and she is heading back up towards the Magic Kingdom, where she is just crossed mile 9, and she should be approaching that 15K mark coming up here very, very soon. And I'm being informed that Megan is passing the medical temp between 11 and 12 right now, which means Lindsay's getting very, very close to her 15K time. So we are going to see here. So I believe that's what 9.10, 15 Ks, 9.3 miles or somewhere in there. So when she passes that, we will see in real time over here. We will see on the screen, and we'll go to that screen as soon as the time pops up. We'll see her 15K time register live, just like we've seen all the other split times register. And at that point, she will be 3/4 of the way to finishing the half marathon. And now if Megan is looking at the map here, so if she's at the medical tent between 11 and 12, she's probably somewhere about a mile away from registering the 20K. She's close. She's getting close. But I can see that we had shown that on the map before, that medical tent area. It was right around mile marker 5 when we were tracking Lindsay on the live tracker. It had medical tent 1 and 4. So that is the last medical stop. It is between miles 11 and 12 on the way back. And let's call up. Oops, there we go. Ooh, I lost. There it is. I got away from the live tracker screen and lost Lindsay there for a little bit, but I found her again. Here we are. She is quickly approaching Chapman again. She's getting there very, very quickly. Coming by. Looks like she's coming up to Twin Tree Lane or Twin Tree Ave. Here we go. Oh, yep. There she is, just passing Twin Tree. So I see that big open sandy parking lot there on the left, according to Google Maps. She's coming up to the Sheraton Garden Grove Anaheim South Hotel. So she is making great time. Oh, and look at, there's a Raising Cane's. Yay. Oh, there's a Raising Cane's up on the right. That's so exciting. We finally got one out here in Massachusetts. Actually, maybe that's what. Oh, now I want to go to Raising Cane's. We'll have to see if I have enough time. I have to go to the Blue Man Group show today, so we're going to see if there's enough time after. But it is very cool that the community allows this. Tokyo Love on the left for Japanese food. Ooh, there you go. That's a good place to remember. If you want something a little off the beaten path, Lindsay and Megan are always up for trying new and interesting places. They're the reason why we probably try a lot of new and interesting stuff between them and a couple of our other friends there. They're adventurous. They like to go out and try different things. We were talking a little bit before about how they introduced us to Cookout. Man, that was such a great place. I think we're going to drive to Florida in April. And I may make it my mission to go by there again. So it seems. Megan's almost back to Disneyland Drive, it seems. So let's see if Jay can. Let's see. So I'm gonna get. Whoop. So we're running, and this happens from time to time, folks. This does happen from time to time where the video will freeze, and that's okay. It comes back. It will come back. I promise you, it will come back. So Lindsay's doing good. She's got some good up there. She is. See, I told you she'd be coming back. It happens. This is live YouTubiness. It would not be an adventure if stuff didn't go sideways. But Lindsay's doing good with her battery. So she took some time off from live streaming to charge her battery. She's at about 75% now. So I imagine that she's probably going to go back to concentrating on running for a little bit and giving her battery a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest. So, oh, there we go. Oh, look, and she's back. See, there it is. She's back. I told you she'd be back. This is great. She's doing good. She's coming up to Chapman, which is fantastic. So, as she approaches, excuse me. As she approaches, she's going to end up taking a left right where that Hyatt Regency is. So she'll make that left, and then
I'm trying to figure out something that's wrong with my headset.
Oh,
So I'll be in your face a bit.
That's all right. So let's take a live look outside right now. Here we go. So as we can see, Lindsay's right here. Whoops, you want to see this. So here we go. Here's Lindsay's live tracker right here. That's what we're doing. Well,
My headset says no, so I guess I'm running the last 3 or whatever, 3-4 miles without music.
oh no. Oh no. So all right. So Lindsay's she's got us muted, but she's figuring out something to do with her audio. Her music's not working, which is now you got to come up with stuff in your head to keep yourself busy and entertained and motivated. Oh, they're going to be building a hotel there. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. Suzanne's got all the inside scoops since she's a local out there. Oh, look at that. Lindsay's 15K time. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a real quick look over here on the left-hand side. Lindsay is doing an incredible job and keeping a pretty good average pace. She is very, very consistent. Her 15K time. So, as you can see, like we had said before, when she was in Magic Kingdom, she took a restroom break. So that obviously made her pace. It added time. But as I told you would happen, if you look, she picked up 24 seconds over the last 5K. She's averaging a 13:49 pace. So good job. Keep running. Slow and steady is going to win this race. Literally, slow and steady is going to win the race. So you're doing great. According to the Disney bib tracker, you're averaging a 13:49. You are well ahead of them balloon ladies. So I am using, if you look, I am using the track.rtr website. So .rtrt. So Jay is kind of keeping track of Megan for us, which is great. But Lindsay's giving us a little bit of a live feed here. MK question mark. MK. Magic Kingdom? Magic Kingdom. Wow, that's a really big hockey inflatable. What the hell is that thing? It's just a ginormous hockey dude on the side of the road. Oh man, that's funny. So let's see. Let me zoom out because I got away from. Oh yeah, there he is. There she is. All right, she's back on Chapman Ave. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. They're building a hotel there. I see it now. Okay. Yep. Homeward Suites by Hilton, Anaheim. Okay. Yep. We are running. I'm assuming that I want to know like that big hockey. Like Suzanne, can you explain to us what that big hockey guy was for? Oh, the Ducks. Oh, Christine Machado. Hello. I know I was saying the same thing. This is this big, like hockey inflatable thing that's like 4 stories tall on the side of the road in Anaheim. This, I don't want to say it's really weird, but that's kind of strange. All right. Lindsay's almost back to West Street right now. Oh, and they coming up to a place called Carolina's Restaurant. Carolina's Italian restaurant, which really kind of looks more like an old-fashioned convenience store converted into a restaurant. Very interesting. I will say, oh, and I see a place called Apollo Burgers up here. Tacos La Toxica. Oh, boy. What is this? This is a Earthly vegan market. Oh, wow. There is a lot of neat things. I remember spending some time out in San Diego for about a week and change. And man, California, there was just all this uniqueness spread out through all these neighborhoods. And it appears to be the same way here in Anaheim. So this is a trip that's definitely on my bucket list. So have there been any characters? Did I miss them through the park? Do they circle back to Disney World? So, oh, you eat there, Suzanne. That's great. And those burgers suck. All right. So note to self, Lindsay can hear me. Apollo Burgers, no bueno. Stay away. But that Carolina's Italian restaurant that's there on your right, not half bad. So they do not run, they don't really run back in through the park. They're going to run by the outside, like the backside of California Adventure and back to the parking lot. When they were in the park running, so when they were like Avengers Campus, you saw some of the Avengers that, they were out. So there were a couple of characters out and about. I'll be interested to hear the post-race wrap-up once they are all done and in the reunion area. Yep. And here's Lindsay crossing West Street right now. Here we go. And it still amazes me that, everybody here you see in this picture, whether they're walking or running, is currently outpacing the sweepers and the balloon ladies by about 20 to 25 minutes. So they have a really good lead on them at this point. They have a really, really good lead on them at this point. And I'm trying to figure out. All right, so we are at West Street. And we are heading back to 9th, which is the next major intersection. And I'd like to call it, I mean, it looks like a block, but obviously it's a, you know, there are blocks within blocks here. So the next major intersection Lindsay will come to will be 9th, at which point she will take a right-hand turn onto 9th Street. So, and that's not that far away. It's only about a half mile. So she will be there before you know it. She has a very, very rapid pace right now. Well, rapid. I call it rapid. I mean, that's like sprinting for this fat guy. So, and it is northbound. And Megan, I believe Megan is finished. Yes, Megan has finished. So Fat Turtle Megan, 2 hours and 21 minutes. She averaged a 10-minute, 50-second pace, which is freaking awesome. I told you guys at the beginning, she's definitely the fastest one on the team. That's like, to me, that's a full-blown sprint. I don't know how she does it. And we are now watching Lindsay, who's doing incredible, having a super fast pace at like 13:49 minute mile. So she is rolling right along. We have some live video here. I'm going to let this video run. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and I will be right back here in just a minute. We're going to leave you with the video, and so you have just something to listen to for a minute here. I am going to play you our half-joking anthem, which I think it's funny. It's incredibly funny. It's really, here it is.
Feel the beat of tiny feet racing down the street. Little shells all lined up neat, a marathon we won't defeat. Disney lights, they shine so bright, turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might, chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free, in the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy, turtles in the galaxy, everyone a victory, in this world we long to see. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free, in the magic we believe. Shells are blinking, slow but thinking, every mile a memory, in the race where dreams will be. Disney lights, they shine so bright, turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might, chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free, in the magic we believe, in the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy, turtles in a galaxy, everyone a victory, in this world we long to see. Shells are clinking slow but faint in every mind, a memory in the race where dreams agree. Shells are clinking slow but faint in every mind, a memory, the race would be.
All right, we are back in action. Thank you all for hanging out. Just taking a quick break, resetting. Here we are. Nice to see everybody in here. Whoop, whoop. Here we go. All right. So we have our first turtles done. Here we go. And now Lindsay. Lindsay is northbound. I love it. All right. Northbound. Here we go. So right now, currently, Lindsay is on pace and headed back north towards Disneyland and California Adventure. So she has taken the turn and is heading towards mile marker number 11, which is exciting as she navigates some of the people here that are still, whoops, here we go. I don't want to say in her way, but in her way. Because they're walking and they're just spread out. Hello, Pierce. Welcome on in. Nice to see you, sir. We are currently watching the live feed from our co-host, Lindsay, Fat Turtle Racing Team, as she is on 9th Street heading north towards mile marker 11 in this half marathon race, which is 13 miles, just a little over 13 miles long, heading back towards the finish line, which is at Disneyland. So her and Megan are out in California. Megan has finished. I have not found a bar. I have to go to Blue Man Group up in Boston later on today. So maybe we'll find something up there. Lucas finished in, wow, an hour and 58 minutes. That is awesome. Holy cow. That's incredible. Good job, sir. That's really fast. That's really, really fast. If you finished in an hour and 58 minutes, that's awesome. What's that? That's probably like a 10-minute pace, 10, 20, somewhere in there. That's great. Good job. So we have one of the team members already finished. Took her about 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 56 seconds. So just about 2 hours and 22 minutes. And Lindsay is on pace to have a fantastic finish as well. I'm super excited. Wow, a 9:10 pace. Lucas, that is like flying, man. Holy cow. Wow. So, and it seems that Megan is sitting on the ground near the pretzel truck. So when Lindsay finishes, we will have to direct her out that way. We will direct her out that way. Lindsay's phone is apparently showing about 75% battery, which is great. And she's coming on up to mile marker 11, which is at the next major intersection, which is Orangewood Ave. So, and that's looks like it's somewhere between 1/10 and 1/4 of a mile just ahead of her. So she is coming up to that magic number 11 mile. Magic number 11. That 11 mile, that's a good feeling right there, because you know you are like not even a 5K away from finishing. So that is a fantastic feeling at that point. You know, out of that whole race, you're like, you are so close. You get a little bit of motivation because you're like, man, we're almost there. We're almost there. And then you get to mile 12 and you're like, holy cow, I just got like a mile left. I'm almost there. Yeah, coach, I did a pace somewhere around 9:10. Yeah, give or take a month. That'd give me at least a month, maybe 2 months. Yeah. I'm always impressed by people that can run that fast. It's, you know, you're running at like 5 miles an hour or whatever it is. That's so impressive. It's just like, I can't. Actually, you're going to be running fast in that, right? You're running like 6 and a half. Wow, you're running at like 6.5 miles an hour. That's, I don't know. For this big old fatty turtle here, that's like a full-blown sprint. But as you can see, Lindsay is nice enough to be giving us a live feed from there. So, you know, she's running. She's putting in the good work. We are currently looking at her. She is on 9th Street. So she's approaching Orangewood Ave. Or I should say, she's on 9th Street, approaching the intersection of Orangewood Ave and the 11 mile marker. So the 11 mile timing marker, which will be there. And this is great. And you can see there are people, all kinds of different paces out here. You got some people that are still walking. And I'm assuming if you're walking at this point, one of two things happened. You are either drinking Paces Light Speed. You are either, you're taking a walk break, or you ran enough to know that if you walked at your pace, you're going to finish ahead of the sweepers. Or, as we talked about a couple of hours ago earlier in this broadcast, you were a Run Disney member that got into like one of the earliest corrals, and you could literally walk this thing at like an 18 or a 19 minute mile pace and still complete it. So and right now it looks like, oops, here we go. Yep. So Lindsay has passed the 11 mile mark, which is great. Gone over Orangewood Ave, major intersection. And she is heading towards, which is up here on the right-hand side, the last medical station. And she's just about 1/10 of a mile away from there. It's just up ahead on the right-hand side. Yep, she's almost there, Suzanne. Suzanne Babcock says you're almost there. Getting so dang close. So close. Not even a 5K. You don't even have to do a 5K at this point. You're so close. It is kind of funny to see people out here running in like sweatshirts, and with like these winter hats on, but this is coming from a New Englander too. So if it's only 40 or 50 degrees, it's our kind of weather. That's shorts and a t-shirt all day for us. Matter of fact, I'd be sweating. But obviously, if you're from California, that's a unique hat with ears. That's probably not your type of weather, and I can see how you'd be cold. That was awesome. That was like, you see that hat those people were wearing? Those ears built in? That's kind of fun. Reminds me of the of Safari Mickey. That's what that reminds me of. Safari Mickey from like Animal Kingdom. It's chilly here at 55. Man, I wish we had 55 degrees right now. Oh, I wish we had 55 degrees. I wish. So currently, if you were up here in the Northeast, of course, this will vary. But at 11:30 in the morning, or 11:25, it is a balmy 23 degrees out here. So the high today is only like 30. So we're in the wheelhouse of the high temperature now. So it's only like 30 degrees. And actually, we're not going to hit 30 till later on tonight at like 9-10 o'clock tonight. The temperature is going to steadily climb, and we're supposed to get some rain. And then it looks like the next couple of days, maybe in the lower to mid 40s, so 43 to 45. And then the temperatures are going to hover mid 30s to 40 for the rest of the week. It's Pierce is like, it's 82 here, Sonny. Where was that weather when we were there like 3 weeks ago, man? It was like being back home. It might have been warmer here at home. We get to Florida looking for a little nice weather, like 70, 75, sunny, and nope. We were lucky if it hit 62 degrees. Oh, I bet you guys need some rain there. I bet. Now, see, look at, you got nobody in front of Lindsay right now. Look at her. Consistent pace, moving along at a really good pace, but just has room to run. We talked about how, runners, bicyclists, people that swim, it's really about getting into a groove and pacing. And you can see here, Lindsay works very hard. Actually, all the girls worked really, really hard on their running, but her consistency with her pace, the same thing with Megan. If you look at Megan's times, they were all like 10:50, right? So if you look at all of her splits, the same thing with Lindsay, she's like 13:45 to 13:50. It's just consistent. And now that she's got room to run, she's just doing her thing. She's running her own race. There's nobody to compete against except for yourself. And we can see that, given the right room to run, she just kind of get into a groove. But then you get into a groove, and sometimes people are spread out, like you can see here on her right. These people are just like spread out and walking. And I do think, after seeing it here and then after experiencing it myself, I do think that, ooh, coach, that's cold. I do think Disney should somehow do a better job of like getting people to like walk on the right hand side. So, and I don't know if, you can see they got the orange cones here on the left, splitting the road, right? I really feel like they almost need like 2 lanes. You got to make 2 lanes. You're going to be like, listen, all you people, if you're walking, you're on this side of the cone walking. If you're running, get on this side of the cone and run. And I'm not talking like this woman here on Lindsay's left in the black pants. I'm not talking like that kind of running. I'm talking like Lindsay running right now. Get on the left side of that cone, stay out of their way, and just let them run by. You know what I mean? So, and then anybody that's doing like this woman here on the left that we see, or walking, get way to the right, right? Because in the walking lane, even if you made it 4 people wide, you could really make one of those lanes like we'll call it a shuffle, right? You can make it like a shuffling lane within the walking side. -4. Coach says it's -4 this morning. Ooh, that's cold. And it's up to 13 now. Woohoo! It's a heat wave. It is a heat wave. So we can see Lindsay is making her way up to that Catella Ave. Is that how you say that? I know I'm butchering that name. I know I am. I apologize. Catella Ave. She's making her way. She's there. She's going to be taking a right. And here we go. Here we go. Right-hand turn onto Catella Ave. And we are in the home stretch. We are in the home stretch. So in just about a tenth of a mile on the left-hand side, we are going to see the parking lot that is associated with the Pixar Place Hotel. In that area, we are going to find ourselves the timing marker for mile number 12. And that means that Lindsay is like a mile and change away from finishing this race. So my estimate is she's about somewhere around a mile and a half out from finishing the race right now. We are going to watch it live here on YouTube. So for those of you that have joined us on either Fat Turtle Racing or over on the Urban Family Adventurers channel, thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you being here. You are going to watch this race finish in real time. And as Lindsay is listening to us, and as an update, her battery is at 63%. So she is going to have plenty of juice to go the distance. Named after Kate. Oh, and Ella. So Kate Ella. Ah, okay. I got you. Suzanne is so knowledgeable. Man, we should have set you up to be a co-host live with me as they're running, doing this live feed. You got all the good insight in the area. So I am super excited that we get to watch this thing happen in real time. Get to see that finish line. Oh, look, there's a Denny's up on the right-hand side of Lindsay. That's great. We used to have a couple of them around here in New England, but a while back when Denny's downsized and reorganized and they were pretty much going bankrupt, they closed up shop, and there's not too many around us anymore. There used to be a bunch. You were in bed when it started. I know. We've been up and going here for like an hour and change already. We were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. But as we see, Lindsay making her way, just passing Abby's Anheimer Inn. Abby's Anheimer Inn. Oh, that's a unique name. It's a small little 2-star hotel right at the corner of the Pixar Hotel parking lot. And we are going to see coming up here in just another minute or two, we're going to see that beautiful mile marker 12 that we have all been looking forward to seeing, meaning that we are so close to being done with this race and accomplishing a huge goal and quite a feat. Oh, and there is Marianne. Hi. They are doing absolutely incredible. Good Italian restaurant there, Mari's, huh? Okay. Yep, and she's crossing, and we should see the 12-mile timing gate should be right up here. Oh, it's on the right-hand side. Okay. Open the frozen tiki bar. Man, I'll tell you what, if it wasn't so cold, I'd be out there doing it. The tiki bar is all closed up. We are a few months away from that opening, right? Because we're into February now, so we got all of February, all of March. I'll probably open it maybe mid-April, somewhere in there. Here we go. Lindsay's making her way. Woohoo! Sir. Making her way. Now that Pixar parking lot is going to be on her left-hand side. And she is eyeballing that 12-mile marker. Here we go. Coming up to Disneyland Drive. We are coming up to Disneyland Drive, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost there. So close. We are oh so close. Lindsay's battery is down to 60%, holding strong. We are holding strong. All right. So Megan has already finished. She's hanging out in the reunion area. You're getting a live look from co-host Lindsay, one of the Fat Turtle Racers, part of the racing team. She is live streaming for us. She is about a mile and change away from finishing this thing. Almost there. Almost there. And we are on the approach. We are on the approach. Disneyland Drive. Whoop, whoop. Here we go. Thank you all for joining us here. Hello, front row Mickey. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of walking. You know, if walkers are going to mess you up, front row Mickey, you are probably right. Yep, there's definitely walkers for sure. And here we go. Passing Disneyland Drive. Passing Disneyland Drive, and we are definitely 100% 1 mile away from finishing this thing. So Lindsay's going to finish strong here, getting a dose of that adrenaline, know that it's coming up. But Disney races are really more for fun. You know, if you're there to run, then you better have a really swinging proof of time to get up in that front corral and get out of the soup, because there are definitely a lot of people that walk and shuffle, like I shuffle run, you know. So there's a lot of that's going on. And Disney races are fun, though. I'll tell you what, even getting swept up, Disney races are still fun. Like, nobody ever makes you feel, you know, terrible. It's always about having a good time. I mean, I had a fantastic time. I made half of the half, right? So I made the 10K when we did the half. And by the time I got to the 10K, I was woefully undertrained and not prepared. But even getting there, like, them people just made you feel so good about what you did, and you didn't even finish, right? It was an incredible experience. I've been here for breakfast, lunch, a haircut, 3 loads of laundry, a shower, and a shave. That's awesome, Coach. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's great. So for those of you that are just joining us here, welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are a racer that's out here at Disneyland that is finished, thank you for checking in with us. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on both Fat Turtle Racing and the Urban Family Adventurers YouTube channel. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. It really helps us out. Making sure you hit that like button, getting the stream out now also helps. So hopefully we will get more adventurers and more fat turtles to join us as we go out and complete races and go on adventures all up and down and across the country, because that's what we do. We are currently watching the live feed from our fat turtle racer, Lindsay. The other fat turtle, Megan, has already finished. We got some ticker tape on the ground there. That's interesting. Currently, Lindsay is, if you were to look on a map, she is out on the backside of like the Incredicoaster and the Pixar land area of Disneyland. She is within a mile of finishing the half marathon right now. So I cannot tell you how incredibly proud I am of both these ladies for finishing. They each will get not only the half medal, the half marathon finisher medal for completing the half marathon, but they are also both going to get the coast to coast medal, which is you do a half and or a full marathon in Disney World in Florida and one of the halves at Disneyland in California in the same calendar year. And that earns you a special medal, the Coast to Coast medal, which if you haven't seen it, it's probably one of my favorite looking medals I've seen yet. And there's some entertainment for Run Disney there. All right, that's kind of neat. We saw a lot of that from the live. If you watched the live from Florida, we saw a lot of that. So you can see there's still clothing on the side from when people first started. They wore it until they got warm and then ditched it. And my producer, Stephanie, a.k.a. Mrs. Squatch, wants to do the wine and dine. She wants to do not only a half, she wants to do a full. So, all true in a 10-degree warm-up. Yeah, Coach been putting in the good work. But so we're thanking everybody for being here. My name's Sean Urban. I am here in the Command Broadcast Center back here in Massachusetts, bringing you all the live goodness as our runners make their way down the race course. We are going to bring to you as much live streaming as possible. Lindsay's phone should hold out right to the very end of this thing. She does have an extra battery pack with her. So she's at about 55% battery. She's less than a mile away from finishing. This is awesome. We're going to see coming up. She's coming up to South Harbor Boulevard, at which point she's going to take a left, and the finish line will be just up ahead to the right-hand side, which is going to be a fantastic feeling. She's almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch her cross that finish line live. They are near the Candy Cane Hotel. They are near the Candy Cane Hotel, which I think is an absolutely wild name. Wild name. They're running by the Desert Palms Hotel and Suites. Right there on the left right now. Lindsay put in the good work. We're going to start to see a lot of people walking here towards the end. I mean, they're less than a mile away. The streets are all closed. They are, in my best estimate, somewhere in the neighborhood of like 20 to 25 minutes ahead of the sweepers and balloon ladies. So why isn't it showing the chat? I don't know. You should all, I see the chat rolling over here. So there's a chat somewhere that's being shown.
No, my chat's been wicked delayed all the time.
It may have changed it may have changed names. I see it as Candy Cane Inn. So here's Here is South Harbor Boulevard. We're taking a left onto right now, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the home stretch. We are in the home stretch. We are going to go up and take a right onto Disney Way. And then that'll be it. The finish line is near. So depending upon what stream you're watching on, if you're watching on Fat Turtle Racing or Urban Family Adventurers, is probably dictating which chat you're seeing. So it depends upon, I see 17 people are watching between both channels. So depending upon which channel you found us on, is probably determining, you know, what chat you are seeing. And here we are. You're getting close, Linz. So it looks like there's like 6 people watching over on Fat Turtle Racing, which means there's probably about 11 or 12 people watching at Urban Family Adventurers. So I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you all. Make sure you all have done the free thing to help us out, which you can do sitting right there at home, which is subscribe. Subscribe to either Fat Turtle Racing or subscribe to Urban Family Adventurers, where you can find all 4 of us. We are on a lot. So you'll catch us in some form. And here we go. Look at this. She is in the home stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, we can start putting our hands together for both Megan and Lindsay as they are going to cross the finish line. Super motivated. I'm sure super exhausted. This is great. Thank you, front row Mickey. Listen, we appreciate everybody being here. We appreciate everybody taking time out of your day to just hang out with us and watch this stream. I think it's an incredibly impressive feat to be able to run. I can do a 5K. I know I can do a 10K because I've done it now. I don't know if I'll ever be able to complete a full half or a regular marathon. And for all of you people that can do these, I mean, it is incredibly impressive to be able to do that because, man, it is a long, long way. This has been awesome. I cannot wait to see that finisher's gate and to catch up with Megan. So Megan is currently hanging out near a pretzel truck in the reunion area. She finished just a little while ago. So I'm sure Lindsay will cross that finish line and she's going to catch her breath here. So she'll probably stay muted just for a little while longer. And once she settles in, I'm sure she will unmute and we'll catch up with Megan. And this is going to be great to watch. I am proud of both these ladies. I am having a bunch of fun. I am super excited to be able to see this finish in real time. And this has been a really, so far, this has been a fun morning for us here. It is currently 11:46 a.m. on the East Coast, which means it is 8:46 a.m. on the West Coast. You are watching the Disneyland half marathon. There are people walking across the raceway. Wow. Okay. Did not expect to see that. That was a surprise. I did not expect to see visitors of the park and or spectators just casually walking across that intersection of Disney Way. Yes, Suzanne, I want to see the medal also. Not so much, I mean, the half marathon finisher medal would be cool. I really want to see the coast to coast medal because the pictures I've seen of it look incredible, look fantastic. It is, if I could have trained a lot more for like a year, maybe I need about a year, I feel, to be able to be properly prepared. But that finisher medal, the coast to coast finisher medal, looks like incredible. Looks absolutely incredible. So, and here we are. We are on Disneyland Drive. That finish line's coming up. We are going to see her hook a left here coming up real soon. And this looks like the traffic light for the Anaheim Garden Walk. Over to her right. On the left-hand side is a parking lot. Here we go. Look at this. Coming up, and they got some scrim curtain up over there, but and again, you know, you're going to see some people walking now because I mean it's at the end and they have plenty of time ahead of the sweepers. So Disney brains. Yeah. Disney brains. So, oh yeah, that's really cool. That so Jeeper Jay just sent me a text message with Megan showing her coast to coast in half. So the half marathon is Mickey, but the coast to coast is like partners with both castles from Disneyland and Disney World straddling them. So it's really cool. Look at this. Keep going, Linz. Good job. Heading down the home stretch to the finish line here. Here we go. And we are looking for her to cross that finish line. There it is. Coming up to that finish line. Rounding the final corner. Everybody along the side, if it's anything like the half marathon weekend in Florida, all these people are cheering you on right now and losing their minds. And there it is. There's the timer. Click. She has crossed. She's crossing the timer there. You saw her to cross the ground. And she's going to run around the corner here. And let's see. Come on. She's going to keep going. Look at this. Here they are. Look at the crowd. Look at the people there supporting all of the runners. Oh, and it looks like what I thought was the timer was actually just a thing for wires. But you can see the finish gate. There it is. Oh, look. Get it in. Get it. Here she goes. There's the timing mat right there. And she crossed the timing mat just right now. Congratulations to both Lindsay and Megan. They have both completed the half marathon. Lindsay did it. Let's see. There it is. With an average pace of 14 minutes and 4 seconds. That was fantastic. Nice job, ladies. So they have now both completed a half marathon in Disney World and Disneyland. So as Lindsay catches her breath, Megan is over by some pretzel truck in the reunion area, Lindsay. So she was just kind of chilling out on the ground over there. Lindsay's going to walk through and they will give her both of her medals. So she'll probably get the half medal in the standard line. And then typically the coast to coast, she's going to have to go, I think, and pick up. She's got her wristband on that says she qualifies for the coast to coast medal. So there we are. That is awesome. I am stoked that we had some fat turtles finish a half marathon in both Florida and Disneyland. Hello, Stephanie. Thank you. They are awesome. Thank you. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me go back to the solo layout. Oh, there we are. Okay. So Lindsay's got her medal. Let's see that thing. That's what I want to see. Time to puke, hydrate, sleep. Coach says time to puke, hydrate, sleep, and get a drink. So here we are. Whoop. Lindsay's got what is that, a Mylar blanket over your shoulders? It looks like a Mylar blanket. Oh yeah. Yeah. The Mylar blanket. So all right, this is cool. This is very cool. She's got her Mylar. She's getting her medals. She's on the way to find Megan. There we go. We can hear people cheering it. Oh, there it is. Look at that thing. How cool is that? Look at that. That thing is a badass looking medal, man. That really, really is. Wow. How cool. How very, very cool. Super duper cool, right? It is, man. That thing is awesome. That is so cool. Lindsay's just kind of walking it off, as they say, catching her breath, making her brain not think, what the hell did I just do to myself? Why did I do this to myself? I go sit down and die somewhere. I will be curious to see what their snack box is like. So you can see the snack.
So I tried to make my volume come out of the headset that's off, and I still can't hear you. But it might be just too loud.
It could be. It could be just too loud. But you could see she had a snack box in her hand. So I would be very curious. What is in the snack box? So for those of you just joining, our racer has now finished. Both of our racers have finished the Disneyland half marathon. They are looking for each other in the reunion area. Megan was over by sitting on the ground by some pretzel truck. So Lindsay has muted us as she's making her way through the crowd trying to find her. And they're going to partner back up here. They're going to hook up. This was incredibly fun. And what a great thing. So we got really good video of running of Lindsay and Megan both in the corral right before they started. We got some really good video of running in and around Disneyland and California Adventure. And then there was a short little break of, I don't know, geez, it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes, maybe 30 to 45 minutes. Lindsay let her battery hook back up. Look, there's Megan. There's Megan and Lindsay.
I can't hear you. Well, maybe I could if I was close to my phone.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh,
Can you hear me
I
now?
can if I use you like a phone.
That means it's one of your settings.
I think my Bluetooth like shut off. I don't know if it was like trying to save power or something, but it wouldn't reconnect to my headset.
No, try reconnecting it now. See what you can do. But
Well,
there
I
they both
tried
are.
it like 6 times.
Both of our finishers, both of the winners, and that coast to coast medal is badass looking, man. That thing is so gnarly.
Yes, I'm glad I finished. How did I do after I lost my music? Did I slow down? It feels like I did.
Yeah, you did, but only to like a 14-minute pace. Your average.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, like I was like, oh, I don't have a tempo to go at now, so I'm just gonna keep shuffling.
Yeah, your pace was like 14:04. You didn't slow down that much. You were still well ahead of the sweepers.
You know what they call it here? They call it the sad bus. What is called this snack box? That. Yes,
Hey,
they're
can
calling
you
it
show us
the
what's in
sad
the
bus.
snack box?
Oh,
Oh, and she'll be right back. Well, it's YouTube and it's live and it's bound to happen. I'm assuming that holding the phone up like this to try to hear because her Bluetooth was having trouble probably probably killed her stream, but she has the link. She'll be right back. Hopefully we'll get a look at that snack box because I'm kind of curious if it's the exact same thing, if it's something a little different. But that finisher medal is incredible. Oh, yep, there she is. See,
Do you want to hear what's in the snack box? Give it to me.
you have the courage to do
So I'm sad to report, Sean, that there's no like fancy beer. Yes, we can. There's no fancy
No.
beer. Nothing.
what?
Nothing. I swear to God.
That's a party foul.
But,
She bumped the third rail. Yeah. That is a party foul. There's no beer at the end of the race.
not that I see. I was going to try to get some cups that said California.
Yeah, are there no fancy race cups like we got?
Nope.
Oh,
Nope. I didn't see anything like that. They have like food trucks at the end, but they're all like Wetzel Pretzel. They're all like
yeah.
not Disney things.
Is the
So yes,
expo
I will
still
show you
open?
my. No, it was only open through.
That's too bad.
We are close to our hotel. So figure out how to get out. The people that don't know how to walk now. Did- Oh. Okay. I see you. I hear you.
No, there we go.
One of them, I don't know.
Ooh, there we go. There we go.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I'm probably on my hotel Wi-Fi. Yes, I
Oh.
can.
So
I'm probably going to fall off my hotel Wi-Fi and then come back.
Yeah. So like, I was telling them how close you were. Like you could see the start finish line from your balcony. You were so close. So, but here's what we're gonna do. I am happy you guys finished. We're gonna wrap it up here. I'm gonna go. I got some other things to take care of, and I'm sure we will all talk. But for those of you just joining us, this is our host Lindsay. She's there with our co-producer Megan out in Disneyland and the marathon. They earned their coast-to-coast medals. We are incredibly proud of our Fat Turtle Racing team and our racers that were out there today. We can't thank them enough for doing this and providing the live stream. We are so glad that you all finished. Thank you for joining us here today. And if you have not already, if you could do us all a solid and actually double check in case you think you have, right, is to go over and either click on Urban Family Adventures and Fat Turtle Racing. You could do them both. That would be awesome, right? And try to hit that subscribe button. Try it. Just try it once. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. It helps the channel out tremendously. Please make sure that you all share this stream. Give it a like. Get it out into the world. Thank you, Suzanne Babcock. Yes, for the local knowledge. We appreciate that as she kind of walked us through a lot of the local area. She is a local to Disneyland out there. Again, I am incredibly grateful that you all spent the last 4.5 hours with me here and the race team. We can't thank you enough. Make sure to not just like, but more importantly, make sure you subscribe to the Fat Turtle Racing YouTube channel, Urban Family Adventurers. You will find all four of us together at regular intervals between both channels, between running races and going out and doing crazy adventures. So, but thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. I hope you all finish your Sunday off in the most magical way, and we will see you all here real soon. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Goodbye, good night, and we will see you all here real soon. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you all later.
Feel the beat of tiny feet racing down the street. Little shells all lined up neat, a marathon we won't defeat. Disney lights, they shine so bright, turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might, chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free in the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy, turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory in this world we long to see. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free in the magic we believe. Shells are blinking, slow but thinking, every mile a memory in the race where dreams will be. Disney lights, they shine so bright, turtles running day and night. Every step with all their might, chasing dreams in plain sight. Fat turtle racing, hearts are pacing, running wild and free in the magic we believe. In the magic we believe. On the track through fantasy, turtles in a galaxy. Everyone a victory in this world we long to see. Shells are clinking slow but